Okay, so now let's start this session. And from this session, we are going to start our project. Okay, so we are going to develop a project here. We are going to develop a website here. Okay, and we will develop a food delivery website. Okay, so in this food delivery website, what we will do, we will create some features, okay, in which the user will be able to order some food, okay, and the shopkeeper will be able to see all those orders, and they will be able to deliver those orders to their address. That is what we are going to do here in this project. Okay, so first of all, in order to understand this more properly, what I will do, let me open a Jamboard here so that we can draw something. Okay, and by drawing here we will be able to understand more properly that what basically we are going to do in this project. Okay, so let's create a very basic structure for our food delivery application. Okay, so what I will do, I will create a app for, let's say, Abhinav's Pizza. Okay, let's say I have a shop. Okay, let's say I have a shop and I deliver pizza. Okay, I make pizza and I deliver pizza. So I want to make my website. Okay, Abhinav's Pizza. By the name of Abhinav Pizza, I want to make my website. Okay, in the website, I will have my pizzas mentioned. The user can choose the pizza, what pizza do they want, and they can choose the quantity. They can place the order and I will be able to receive their order, and then I will make the pizza and I will deliver the pizza to their address. Okay, so that is what we are going to do here. Now let's try to understand this more properly with the help of a visualization here. Okay, so first of all, what I will do, first of all, let's say my application will start from a page. Okay, and this page will be called our main application. Okay, this will be called our main application. So let's say like this, so this will be our main application. Okay, let's call this app. Okay, now on this app I will mention all of my routes. I will mention all of my routes. Basically this app will only for my routes for my entire website. Okay, let's say forward slash login page, forward slash home page, forward slash admin page, forward slash admin login page, right? All of these are called routes. So for all of these routes I will create this application here. Okay, from this app I will go to my first route. Okay, on this page I will have my first route, and let's say like this. Okay, and this will be our login page. This will be our login page. So our login page will be our index route, our first page. So that means whenever you will open my website, what is the first page you will see? The first page you will see will be the login page. Okay, so this will be my login page and its route will be simple forward slash. Okay, simple forward slash will be the root for my login page here. Now on this login page, user can give their ID, user can give their password. Okay, if the user has given correct ID or correct password, okay, then I will take them to my home page. Okay, then I will take them to my home page. So on the home page, let's say this is my home page. Okay, and on this home page I will have my menu. Okay, menu will be available. So this will be my root forward slash home, forward slash home. Okay, this will be my home page on which everything will be mentioned. For example, let's say my different kind of pizzas will be available here. Okay, my menu, the menu will be available here. From the home page user can choose their what kind of pizza do they want, what quantity do they want, okay, for that particular pizza, and then they can place the order. Okay, now when they will place the order from here, they will go to another route which will be my cart, which will be my cart route. So I will have another web page, I will have another web page, and this web page will be called forward slash my cart. Okay, that will be my another route. This will be available here. Okay, so these four will be my web pages, my normal working for a user. This is for user. This is for user, that when the user will go to my application, this main application, they will be directly redirected. They will be directly sent to login page, because that is the route, because that is the home page. So they will be direct, because that is the first page, so they will be directly sent to login page. Whenever a user will try to access my website, they will directly send to this first page here, because it is simple forward slash. Now from here, user has to log in. When the user will log in, they can get to home page, and from home page they have a menu. From menu they can select what kind of pizza do they want, and then they can submit it, and then they will go to my cart, so that they can check their order again. They will be able to check the order again, and when they will submit the order, when they will submit the order, I will send them back. I will send them back to home page, and on the home page I will tell them that your order is successfully placed here. Okay, this is what I will do for my user. Then I will do some more things for my user as well, because login page from my login page I will create a simple link, and from that link user can go to another web page. User can go to another web page, which will be my create account web page. Okay, so this will be my forward slash create account web page. So now from this create account web page, the user can create a new account as well. Okay, that is they can do as well. They can create a new account here as well. Okay, and from this create account, when they will successfully create their account, they can come back here as well on this login page. That is something they can do as well. Okay, now from the login page, they can, I will create another route for admin login. If they are not the client, if they are not the client, then from the login page they can click on a link. Let's say I am an admin, they can click that kind of link, and they will come to this page, and on this page I will create, let's say, admin login. Admin login. Okay, that is what I will do. This will be my admin login page, where they will be able to log in for the admin. Now here, if they have given correct ID and correct password, then I will take them to another page. I will take them to another page here, let's say this page, and on this page I will show admin page. Okay, so this will be forward slash admin page. So that will be my another page, where user will be able to see, admin will be able to see that what are the orders which are placed. This is for shopkeeper. This admin page is for shopkeeper. Shopkeeper will be able to see that what are the orders given by their user. Okay, so this is client side. This will be my client side. Okay, now this client side will be connected with the server side. So this will be my server side. Imagine this one is server side. Imagine this last one as the server side, and on the server side I will have this, let's say this is my, let's say, server. Okay, and on this server, what I will do, I will create my different kind of another routes, server routes. Here I will create different kind of server routes, so that my client can access these routes, and they can do their different kind of work. Just like I taught you in express, that you can create different routes, different functions, and in all of those functions you can perform different operations. So this will be my server side. Okay, and on server side you will create your different kind of routes here. Let's say something kind of placeholder. So placeholder route. Okay, another route will be, let's say, create account, create account route. Okay, that is what I will create here as well. These things what I will do. Now please do not get confused with this create account and this create account. See, this is the route created on our application side, client side. Now this will be my server side. Just like I taught you in API, application programming interface, you can have different routes into different side. So on client side you can have a same route, and you can have another route for this one. So on create account, this route will basically create an account on the MongoDB. So imagine let's say imagine this one. Imagine this is my MongoDB database. Imagine this is my MongoDB database, where all of my data is available. MongoDB database. Okay, that is available. So for example, when the user will try to submit from this my card, I will create, I will link an API. I will link an API from this my card to this place, for this one place order. Okay, that is what I will do. You can do it like this. See, like this. See, for this one. So my card will be connected with the API place order. Okay, create account URL will be connected with another one, let's say create account. Okay, and maybe let's say if some admin wants to log in, so for admin I will have another account here. Okay, for example, let's say what are the orders which are already available, let's say get orders. So by the name of get orders I can create another URL. Okay, and this URL will be connected with the admin. So if the admin wants to see how many orders are placed, so that they can complete those orders, so that information will be available here. Okay, like that. So that will be available. Okay, and all of these will be connected with the, and your server will be connected with this MongoDB, from where you will be able to send and retrieve data. So our client will not directly access the data from MongoDB. No, not like that. Our client will talk with the server, and the server will connect with the MongoDB. Okay, so that is the kind of a basic web structure we are trying to make for our food delivery application. Okay, that is what we have. Okay, now let me tell you a little bit about database structure. So what kind of database we are trying to store here? So in our database we will have different kind of collections. Okay, as I taught you there, we will have different kind of collections. So I will have total 3 collections. Okay, I will have total 3 collections. My first collection will be let's say my first collection will be user details. So user details, where users ID, password, their address will be available. So that is my first collection, user details. Okay, and this user details will have some columns, or you can say some properties. So let's say user ID. Okay, user ID and user password. Okay, and their address. You can store other information as well, for example their phone number if you want to store, but I only need the address so that I can send the order to their home. Okay, that is why these 3 values will be available in my users detail table. Then what I will have, I will have another table. Let's say my another table by the name of admin details. So admin details, I will have another table, or you can say another collection. Inside this one I will have some other information here. So maybe something like admin ID and admin password. Only these 2 values are needed for admin, so that is what I will do here, like this. Okay, so this will be my another table. Then I will have one more table here, or you can say one more collection, where I will have order details. Now in order details I will have a specific kind of features. So try to understand the features behind this one very carefully. So first of all, I will have inside order details, I will have order ID, or which is our basic unique ID. As I have taught you in MongoDB, there is a unique ID. There is a unique ID generated by MongoDB, that will be our order ID. Okay, this is also known as underscore ID as well. You can say the same. This will be our order ID. Then user ID, which user has ordered this product, which user has ordered this pizza. Okay, so that information user ID will be available. Then after user ID I will have user address as well. I will have user address as well, so that I can deliver the pizza to their address. Okay, so user address information will also be available. After user address I will have some particular features. For example, what kind of pizza I want to deliver, their information. So I am basically going to work on 2 pizzas. Okay, cheese and corn and margarita. Okay, so these are the 2 pizzas I am creating. Now inside these columns, I will basically have a quantity. Okay, so if the quantity for any column is, let's say 0, let's say for quantity for margarita is 0, and let's say quantity of cheese and corn is 2, that means I only have to deliver cheese and corn pizza. I do not want to deliver margarita pizza. So that is how you can create multiple columns here for your different kind of pizzas here. Okay, so cheese and corn pizza, margherita pizza, capsicum pizza, or let's say some kind of onion pizza. Okay, so mozzarella pizza. Okay, so you can create these different kind of columns inside which you will store your quantity values. See, these are basically quantity values. These are nothing but quantity values that we will try to work on. And then based on that, I will have my roots. Okay, based on that, I will have roots inside my server. Okay, so for example, if I have, let's say, one root, let's say by the name of check login. Let's say I have one root, let's say by the name of check login, which will work here. See, on this login page, if you have a root by the name of check login, that will work on this login page to check the login of user. Okay, so that is what I will have. So this check login root is a API. Okay, for this login page, this login page will go to your server, and on your server you will have a root by the name of check login. This check login will be a function. It is a middleware. It will be a middleware. It will be a function which will access some data from your user details, and it will check that whether ID password is correct or not. If the ID password is correct, then it will return true to login page. Otherwise, this will return false. So that will be my check login root. Then I will have some other roots as well. So for example, let's say I want to check for admin login. So for admin login, I will create another root here like this. Okay, this will work with this one. Okay, this will work with this one. Then I will also have here placeholder. By the name of placeholder, I will have a root. I will have a root by the name of placeholder, and which will work with order details. Now please remember, these roots will not be visible to our client, to our user. Okay, only these roots. See, only these roots will be visible to our client, because these are client side roots, but these are server side roots. So these will not be visible to our user here. Okay, so that is what I will try to do, and that is how I will send data, I will receive data, and I will work on it. Okay, that is how I am going to work here. Okay, and inside our client application, this is our client application, only this one, only this much, except this one, if you accept this one, all of this is client side application. So on this client side application, we will receive data. Okay, and we will work on that data, and we will send that data to server, so that we can work on it, and we can process the data, and we can create our application. This is the basic structure we are going to create for our food delivery application. Now let's try to open Visual Studio Code, and let's try to make our food delivery application. Okay, so whatever I have taught you up until now, that is what we are going to use. So you can open a Visual Studio Code. Okay, and this is our Visual Studio Code. There is no workspace up until now, but we are going to create our workspace for our project. Okay, now please remember that just like I taught you in API, we are going to create two applications, our server side application and our client side application. Okay, so in Visual Studio Code, I will make client side application, and I will run my server side application from the command prompt. Okay, so let's minimize this one, and let's try to open a folder on the desktop. And what I will do here, I will try to create a React application here. Okay, on the desktop, and we will try to work inside that one. Okay, so what I will do here, first of all, here I will create a new folder, let's say by the name of food delivery. Okay, so by the name of food delivery, I have created a folder. Inside this folder, I will create two sites, my client side and my server side. Okay, that is how I am going to create my entire project here. Okay, so now inside this folder, what you can do, you can create a front end, and you can create a back end. Okay, so first of all, we are going to create a front end with the help of our React application. So what we can do, we can open the terminal here. Okay, and inside this terminal, what you can do, you can write npm create byte. Okay, that is what you can write here, and if you try to press enter here, Okay, so you will be able to create a white project here. Okay, that is what you will be able to do. So simply give a project name here. So let's say by the name of, so this will be our client side, right? This will be our client side, so you can give it any name. Let me give it by the name of client. Okay, so this will be our client side, so I will press enter. Now our client side, you can choose React, so I will choose React from here as a framework, and as a variant I will use JavaScript. Okay, so this will happen. Now if you try to see, we have a client folder created. Now inside this client folder, you can run these three commands. So first of all, go inside client. Okay, and now you can run this command npm install. Okay, so this will update all of your packages and all of your tools inside this one, inside your project. Okay, so this will be our client side, this will be created. Okay, so that is completed. Now what we can do inside this client side is that we can run this command to run our basic application here. Okay, but I will not do that from here. I will do that from my Visual Studio Code. Okay, so you can close this command prompt. Its work is completed. Now our client is ready. This is our React application. Okay, so what I will do, I will manage my React application from my Visual Studio Code, because majority of work we try to do from here. So I will drag this client folder here like this. Okay, so this is my client folder. And yes, I trust the authors. And so this is my client application where I will try to create my food delivery app. Okay, so this is what we have. I have already given you the tutorial of React application, all of these things. So we have this src where all of these files are available, and this index.html, which is the first file which opens in your computer. Okay, and which is open with the help of this one main.jsx. So on this main.jsx, we are, this is the front page. This is what you can say, this will be the entry point. This is the entry point for your React application. From this page you are going to app page. Okay, so this is the app page from where we will work. Okay, so this is my app.jsx file. Now this app.jsx file is the same file from where I will start my project. So this file is this file. See this app file. This app file, our first file is this app.jsx, from where I will try to create all of my routes. I will do nothing else here. I will simply create my routes here for my remaining application. Okay, that is what I will try to do from this app.jsx. Now first of all, let's run our basic React application on our server, so that we can make the changes inside our application and we can see the changes. So let's open the terminal, and in the terminal you can run your command. So I can run npm run dev. So this is the command you can run to start your React application. Okay, so my React application is running on this localhost. I can copy this, okay, URL, and I can paste the URL in my browser. So paste it in the browser, and it will open here. And see, this is our very basic white React application. But we are going to make changes here, and we are going to make our project. Okay, so what I will do here, first of all, you can remove all of these from things from here. Okay, we do not need all of this div tag and all of these things, so I will remove all of these things entirely. Okay, I do not need all of these things, so I will remove them from here. Okay, and I have this app.css file, this will be used. So what I will do here, from app.css I will remove all of this data. I will save my app.css file, and I will open my index.css file. I will remove all of this data, and I will save this file as well, because I will do my own styling. In the future, I will do my own styling. I do not need those things. So that is why I am removing all of them here. Okay. Now here, what I will try to do, you can create your application here and you can work on here. Okay. So what I will do, I will have this app.jsx file from where I will start working on my application. Okay. That is what I will try to do here. One second, let me remove these things from here as well. Let me save this one. Yes. See, now we have very blank React application where we are going to work. Okay, so what I will do here is that I will try to create routes on my first page. Okay, on my first page, I will try to create my routes so that I can work on all of those routes here. Okay, so our very first page is for creating routes, our different kind of path on which we can work. First of all, let's remove these two lines because we do not need them. That is why I'm removing them. Okay, that is what I will do. And for the meantime, let me remove this app.css as well. I will work on it in the future when it will be needed. Okay, now at the place of this, what I am going to do, I am going to install some packages here that I will need in the future when I am trying to work here. Okay, so first of all, I will need React router DOM. So I can open my terminal. Okay, I can stop the server. Yes, stop the server, and I will install npm install React router DOM. So this is the first package I need here. So I'm installing package. So when I will need the package, I will install them side by side and I will use them. So let's install this package, React router DOM. This will be needed. This is the first package that we need here. Okay. So now what I will do, I will import this React router DOM and I will import some things from here. So routes, comma, route, comma, browser route, browser router. Okay, I will import these three things from React router DOM. Okay, that is what I will do here. This is the first thing I am trying to import here. Now with the help of this one, you can create your different kind of routes and you can go to those routes and you can work on them. Okay, so that is what I will try to do here. So inside our function app, what we can do, first of all, here you can, let me remove this one as well. Let me remove this one as well. For now we do not need it, and inside our empty tag i will create I will create a browser router. Okay, that is the first thing I will do. Now inside this browser router, I will try to create my different kind of routes. Okay, so routes like this and like this. Okay, so that is what I will do here. This will be, let's say, like this. Okay, and inside this React routes, I will try to create my different kind of route where I want to do go here. Okay, so I will create my first route. Okay, for the path, simple forward slash. Simple forward slash means our first path. Okay, the first page where our website will go, that is simple forward slash. Okay, that is simple forward slash. That means the first page I want to go here. So I will write element, and after this element you can simply call your component and it will go to that particular component. That particular component will run here when the user will go to this forward slash path here. So where I want to go, when user is clicking on forward slash, I want to go on login page. So let's try to create a component. This is basically our page, a simple component which will show the login page. That is where I want to go. So what I will do, inside my src, what I will do, let me create a new folder. Okay, let's say by the name of component, where all of my component will be available. My login page, my admin login page, my create account page, my home page, my card page, all of these are components. All of these are components, and inside these components I will try to create my different components here. Okay, so here I will create my first file, let's say login file. I will create my login file, so login.jsx. So this will be my JSX file, my login.jsx file. Okay, now inside this login.jsx file you can create your different kind of code here. So basically I will try to create a simple component here. Okay, I will try to create our first component, let's say function login, like this. Okay, and curly braces, and inside this one I can return anything. So let me return something like this empty tag, and inside this empty tag you can write whatever you want to write here, but for the meantime this is what I am trying to return here. So default export default login. Okay, that is what I am trying to do here. I am trying to export my login from here. Okay, so this will be my login.jsx file. I will import this login component from this login.jsx into my app.jsx. So here what you can do, import login. See automatically it has taken this data dot component dot forward slash login dot gsx. Okay, so you can write login dot gsx like this. So that is what you can do. So from login dot gsx you are importing your login component. Now you can directly call this login component here. So element equals to curly braces, and here you can call your login component like this. Okay, that is what you can do here. This is your route. This is how you can create a single route. So my single route forward slash is for login page here. Okay, that is what I have. You want to write something, you can write something here. So let me write h1 tag. Maybe let's say this is a login page. Then you will do something like this. When you will do something like this, and if you save this one, okay, and if you save this one as well, and then let's say clear our screen, and let's say you try to run your server again, npm run dev. Okay, and after running your server you try to run your application again one time. So let's refresh this one. See, it will directly take you to login page. See, it has directly taken me to this login page here because on the root I have selected my login component. That is what you can do. Now here we can create our different kind of routes for our different kind of pages. So let me create all of these pages here. Let me create all of these pages: our home page, our create account page, our my card page, our this admin page, our admin login page. You can create all of these routes here, and you can then work on them. Okay, so what I will do inside my component, I will try to create our different kind of files here. So login.jsx, then I will create something like after login I will get, let's say, home.jsx. So home.jsx, that is another file. I will simply copy my login page from here and I will paste it here. I am trying to create the structure of my website. So this is home page. Okay, so this will be our home page. That is how you can work on home page, login page. Then you can create another page as well. Let's say my cart dot jsx. Okay, so that will be my cart page. Here you can save the paste the same code as well. Okay, and inside my cart you can write this is a my cart page. Okay, make sure to change the function as well. So here let's say the function name is my cart. Okay, and we export my cart from here, and from home.jsx my function name is home. Okay, and I'm exporting home from here. Okay, so let's save these as well. So this is my card page, home page. Then what other page do you need? We also need create account page. Okay, we also need our create account page. So here let me create another file. Let's say create account dot jsx. So this will be my create account page where I will try to create a new account. So let's give this one a name, create account. Okay, this is a create account page. This is a create account page, and from here I'm exporting create account. So create account. Okay, so that is what you can do here. This is our another component. That is how we have created this component as well. Now we have home page. How many pages do we have? So we have created our app page, our login page, our home page, our my card page, our create account page. Okay, now we need admin login page and admin page. These are the total 6 to 7 pages. These 7 pages we need here for our entire client side application. Okay, so let's try to create admin login and admin as well. Okay, so let's create one more file, admin login.jsx. Okay, so this will be my admin login page. Let's give it a name. So admin login. Okay, I will try to create admin login here. Let's export admin login from here, admin login, and here I will write this is the admin login page. Okay, so that will be my admin login page. Now beside admin login we will have one more page for admin. So admin.jsx, where shopkeeper will be able to see their orders. This admin.jsx as well. Let's save this one as well. So this will be our simple admin page. So admin, this is a admin page. Okay, and here we will export admin from here. Okay, so these are the different routes I am trying to create in my project here. Okay, now you can count the routes here. You should have equal number of routes as we should work here. So you can count here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and our main page app.jsx 7. Okay, so 6 these, and then this one 7. So total 7 pages. You can count here as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we should have 7 pages for our food delivery application. That is how we have created these 7 pages here. That is what you can do. Now for all of these 7 pages, we can work. Okay, we can work inside them, and we can load them from our app file, from our app.jsx. You can close this main.jsx. We do not need main.jsx. We need this app.jsx, and from this app.jsx you can create your different kind of path for your different kind of components. Okay, so what I will do here, I will load all of these things here. So import, let's say, home page. So you can import home. Okay, you can import home from your this home page from here, home.jsx. Okay, so from home.jsx I am trying to import this one. So import home from dot forward slash component. Okay, forward slash home.jsx. See, that is what you can do here. This is how you can import home. Then you can import other things as well. Import my cart. So my cart. So, oh, one second. Import my cart from my cart.jsx. Okay, so from my cart I am importing import my cart from dot forward slash component forward slash my cart.jsx. Okay, that is what I will do. Then I will also import admin.jsx. I will also import admin.jsx and admin login.jsx and create account .jsx as well. Okay, so here I will write create account. Okay, from component forward slash, let's say, create account.jsx. So I will import create account as well. Then I will import admin login, import admin login from component. Oh, one second. Component forward slash admin login.jsx. Then I will also have import admin. Oh no, not from MongoDB. Of add import admin from dot forward slash component forward slash admin.jsx. See, these are my different kind of components I am trying to access from my different kind of places here. Okay, so that is what I will try to do now. For all of these components you can create your different kind of path here. Okay, so I will copy this same path and I will paste it 6 times. So one time, second time, third time, fourth, fifth, and sixth. I will create a total of 6 routes here. That is why I am creating these 6 paths here. Okay, and based on them I will work. So this login page, this is our normal home page. Will be our simple first page. Now after first page I will have home page. I will have my home page, and home page will be connected with the home here. Okay, so here I will write at the place of login, I will write home. Okay, so I will connect with the home with the help of home page. Then I will have one create account page. Okay, by which you can connect with create account, or we will have my card page. So my cart, my cart, or you can write simple cart here. Okay, so my cart will be connected with my cart page. Okay, then our create account page. So create account, this route will be connected with create account. Okay, then we also have our admin login page. So admin login. Okay, and you can connect with this one with admin login. So admin login. Okay, then we will also have admin here, so you can connect with the admin as well. Okay, you can make it caps lock or small as you want. Okay, so like this one, let's make this one admin and this one as admin. Okay, so this one will be connected with admin page. Okay, that is what you can do here. Now if you try to save your program, okay, if you try to save your program, so this is the different routes. These are different routes I have created so that I can work here. Okay, now if you go to your application, so on the normal first page, that is simple forward slash we are login page. Now from here, if the user has successfully logged in, then I will take them to home page. Okay, so if I will go to home page, see, this is home page. Now from home page, if the user will give correct order, so I will take them to my cart page. So they will go to my cart page. Now from here, they can go to create account page. So create account page. See, that is our create account page. They can create account as well. And also they can go to admin login page. These will be our different kind of routes. Okay, so this is admin login page and they can go to admin page as well. See, this will be my food delivery application. This will be my food delivery application on which I have created these different kind of routes here, and user can go to all of these routes so that they can access all of these features here. Okay, so this is what they can do here. Okay, so now since we have created all of these different kind of path here, routes here for our application, now let's try to build some features inside it. Okay, so what is the first thing you should know when you are working on a web application? That is called transfer of data. Transfer of data is the most important thing that you should remember when you are working here. Okay, now when we are talking about transfer of data, we are not talking about MongoDB. Okay, MongoDB is basically that will use in backend. That is not we are talking about. We are talking about transferring data between client side when you are working. So for example, what I want to do, when the user will log in from the login page, when they will successfully log in, I will go to home page, and at the home page I want to send some data. In the data, user's ID will be available, and let's say user's address will be available. Then from this home menu, when the user will select, let's say, 2 cheese and corn pizza. Let's say user has selected 2 cheese and corn pizza. So in the same data, along with address and user ID, I will add one more column, let's say cheese and corn, and I want to add one more value like that. Then I will send that data to my cart, and from my cart, what user can do? User can submit that form. Okay, you can submit that form, and that data will then be sent to backend here. Okay, so on the backend, user will have their user can have their address, user can have their name, user can have their quantity of price cheese. Okay, those things will have. You can add some more things as well. If you want to add, let's say, something like price, you can add something like price as well. So you can calculate price as well, that how much price, how much total price they have to give here, how much total bill, the final bill that they have to pay here. Okay, so you can write that bill as well. All those things you will be able to do here. Okay, so that is what is possible here. That is how we have to transfer data between our pages as well. Okay, we want to transfer data between our pages as well, and in order to transfer data between our pages, we are going to create what is called a context. Now this context is very important, because with the help of this context, not only you can transfer data between them, but you can create some important features as well. For example, let's assume if the user has directly written, instead of going through login form, instead of going through login form, let's say the user has directly written /home, then they should not be able to access home page. They should not be able to access home page. So in those situations as well, I can create some mechanism for our context. Okay, that is what I will try to do here with the help of this context here. So now let's try to create a context for our entire web application which user can access when they want it. Okay, so what I will do here, I will import some things here on my app.jsx. I will import I will import use state. Okay, I will import use state, comma, create context. Okay, I will import create context from React. Okay, these are the two things I am trying to import here. I will use these two things in our application. Let me remove this one from here. Okay, I will use these two things to create a context in my program. Okay, so first of all, before my function, I will create a global variable. So my global variable will be export const. Okay, and let's say user context equals to create context. So I will create a context here. So create context, and here I will write, let's say, null. So by default its value will be null. By default its value will be null. That means our user is not logged in. Okay, this simply means our user is not logged in. Now inside my application, here I will create a const, a state variable. Okay, I will create a state variable, let's say by the name of user, and let's say comma set user. So this will have details of our user. This will have details of our user. So user and set user equals to use state, and I will keep its value false as well. So this also means that our user is log out. This also means our user is log out. Now what you can do, during the browser router, here you can call a user context. When you will call a user context here, that means that user context can be used wherever you want. Okay, that means that user context will be used wherever or whenever you want here. Okay, so that is what you will be able to do here. So here I will try to write, user context dot provider and value equals to curly braces. Okay, and into the curly braces I will create one more curly braces. This is basically our object that we are trying to return. So a user value, and from user I will return this user. So I'm returning this user as my user, and I am returning set user as this set user. So I am returning these two values from here. Now this is very important. This part is very important because with the help of this one, you can use the same value. See these values. You can use these values in all of these routes. In all of these routes, you can use the same value. See, up until now, we were using the state value. We were using the state value only into our single HTML file. Right, into our single JSX file, only in a single file we were using. But now we can use our same this value into your multiple pages, into your multiple application. Okay, so that is why I am writing it here, and I will close user context here. Okay, that is what I will try to do. Closing the tag is also very important. So I will write / user. After routes, I will write user context dot provider. Okay, so that is what I will try to do here. Okay, once again, let me this one here. Yes, so now it is correct. See, that is what you can do. Now this part is important. Writing this user context means this user and this set user can be used in all of these pages. Okay, that is what I am trying to do here. Okay, and one more thing, let me add a default route as well. I didn't add a default route. Let me add a default route as well. So route path equals to inverted comma asterisk. Except these path, if the user will try to access any other path, then I will show them this one. So element equals to curly braces, no matter what kind of different path user tries to access, okay, I will directly bring them to our login page. Okay, that is basically what I can do. Otherwise you can create some kind of message as well. If you want some kind of message, you can write some kind of message as well. Otherwise you can bring them back to our home page, login page. So here I can write something like, sorry, the page does not exist. Sorry, the page does not exist. Okay, you can write something like this as well. And let's save your program. Let me write here forward slash like this. Yes, so now it is correct. Now that is what you can do here as well. This is how you can create this particular route here. Now in your application, this is refresh. Now if you go to some page which does not exist, let's say something like this one, this does not exist. See, it will show me, sorry, the page does not exist. So for all of the routes which I did not created, it will show me this page. So that is what you can do. This is how you can create this application. Now let's try to use this user context in all of our different places. Okay, in your different kind of pages, you can use this user context value here. Okay, so first of all, from app.jsx you can create login.jsx. In login.jsx you can create a login page where user will be able to successfully log in and they will be able to work here. Okay, that is what you will be able to do here. So let's try to create our login page. This was our app.jsx page. This is all you have to do. This is all you have to do for creating your app.jsx page here. Okay, if some problem arises in app.jsx, then we will update it in the future, but for now this is the code that you need for our first page, app.jsx. Now let's go to our login.jsx page and now let's try to modify and work on this login.jsx. So from in login.jsx, what I will try to do, I will try to create a form here. Okay, and with the help of form, the user will be able to do themselves either login or log out. Okay, that is what they will be able to do. So let's try to create a form here. Okay, so let's do like this. So form tag, and inside this form tag you can take some input tag. Okay, like this, and let's say like this. Okay, so this input tag like this, type equals to, let's say, text. Okay, and let's say here you can write some kind of placeholder or you can write some kind of name here. So name equals to let's say user id. That will be my input tag. I will get one more input tag. Let's say input type equals to password. Okay, like this, and name equals to password. Okay, that is what I will try to do here. This will be my simple form. Now you can create a button here as well. So now let's try to create a button. So button, and let's say button type equals to submit. Type equals to submit. So when the user will click on this button, I will log in. Okay, when the user will click on this login button, I will basically log in here. So that is how you can create a form here. Now in this form you can connect some event here. Okay, you can save your program and you can check in your application. See, a very simple form is created here: id, password and login button. Now for now I am not styling our application. We will style our application later on, but first of all we have to create all the features, we have to create all the mechanism. So for now we are working on backend, and only important things I am creating here. We will style all of these things later on when we will work on front end. Okay, so for now I have created this simple form here. Now in this simple form, what you can do, you can create an event here. So on submit event. So when the user will submit this one, I will go to get data function. I will go to get data function when the user will click on this form here. So now I have to create a get data function. Now I have to create a get data function inside which we can perform all the login operations, right? That is what I want to do here. So what I will do here, now I will create this get data function and I will try to work on this one. Okay, so now inside this one I will try to create a function. Let's say function get data, like this. Okay, and inside this get data function I will take the event given by our form. So when the user will click on this form, this event will be true, and when this event will be true, I will be able to receive some data from our form. Okay, so first I will call event dot event default. See, I have already taught you these things when I taught you API, right? So these things what you can do here. Okay, that is what you can call here. Now in event your data will be available, so you can call this event to get all of your data. So const data equals to form data, form data, new form data, sorry, new form data, new form data, and inside this one you can call your event dot target, event dot target you can call. So now your data will be available in this data variable. Okay, now if you want to see the data directly you can do here, but I will make an object. Let's say const send data. So by the name of send data I am making an object here. Inside this object my final data will be available, which is user id. So user id will be dot data dot get, and I will call here user id. Okay, that is what I will do here, comma password. So password colon get data dot get, sorry, data dot get, and here I will get password. Okay, so these two values I will get here. I have already taught you all of these things, that how can you receive your data. So now your data will be available in your send data variable. You want to check the data, you can check the data into console.log, console.log, and you can check your data here. So console.log send data, and you will be able to see your data, that your data is available here. Okay, so this is the login page where this send data we have created, and we will be able to work on it. Now if you try to write anything here, you will be able to see your data in the console. So this is our console, this is where the data will be available. You can write whatever you want to write in your form, and then if you try to click on login button, see a very simple object is available where my data is available. I will be able to send this data to the backend, and we will be able to receive some login id and password from there. Then based on that login id and password we will be able to go further. Okay, so for now I am not creating the server part. For now I am not creating the server part, but here I will call the API. Here I will call the API, and I will connect my login.jsx with the backend when the time will come. But for now I am working on client side. Okay, I am working on client side. So let me remove this send data, and here I will create some code. Okay, here I will create the code, create code for calling API, and API will return API will return. Okay, what API will return? API will return user ID. API will return user address. User ID and user address will be given by the API when the user will log in here. So for now I am not creating the API, but I will be able to create the API which will be able to send us this data here. Okay, that is what we will work on when we will work on in the backend. But for now please assume, please assume that I have got the data into result variable, const result. Imagine into const result variable I have gotten my data. So what I will be able to receive from API, I will be able to receive the user ID. Okay, I will be able to receive the user ID. Let's say the user ID is whatever will be the user ID given by user. Okay, that would be available here. Okay, so let me write here data dot. For the meantime let me write this one here. Okay, but you can write whatever you want to write. Okay, so that is here, and I will get address from user. Okay, so address will be, let's say, let me write some default address here, maybe let's say Mumbai. Okay, so let's say Mumbai is my address. That is what I will receive from the API as well. Okay, then the third value will be order ID. So order ID will be basically a default value I will try to create, whose value I will update in the future. Okay, whose value I will update in the future, but by default I will write no order yet. No order yet. Okay, this is what I will write here. That means there is no order up until now given by the user, because the user has just logged in, right? Since the user has just logged in, so that means there is no order yet. So that is why this will be the default value. I will get these two values from the API. I will get these two values from the server, from the API, but the final value, this final value will always remain the same. Okay, so that is my const result. Now the question is, how can I pass this result value from my login.jsx to my home.jsx, which is our home page? How can I pass this value to home.jsx with the help of this context? See, that is why we have created this context. That is why we created this context. With the help of this context, you can pass some data from login page to your home page. That is what you will be able to do. So now let's try to work on our context, and let's try to use that, how it will work here. So here what I will do, first of all I will try to create a navigate here. Okay, so inside my login form, inside my login function, here I will try to create const navigate. I will create a navigate here so that I can navigate from one place to another. So I will use this navigate to go from one place to another. So equals to use navigate. Use use navigate. Okay, so when you will try to use navigate here, it will automatically import here. See, it has automatically imported here when you try to use this use navigate. So I will use this new use navigate to navigate from my login page to my home page. I need some other things as well. So now I need my session state value. I need my session state value, this value inside this page here, login page. So what I will do, const curly braces, and let's say user comma set user, set user, the same values. See, the same values I want here, the same values which I have inside app.jsx, which is by default false, I want here. So at the place of false, here I will write use context. Okay, so I will try to use context here. I will try to use context here, and inside this use context you can call user context. User context is this value. See, this user context I want to receive here. So when you will call user context here, when you will call user context here, that means automatically, the data, this object data will be overwritten. See, this object data which we have taken from here will be overwritten on these values on this page. That is the advantage of user context. That is the advantage of user context. Not only you can take, but you can update as well. You can update as well, that as soon as if you are login successful. See, for example here, let's say you are login successful. Let's say this code will run. Let's say this code will run when you are login successful. Okay, so when you are login successful, you will get your data into result page from the API. Also, you can set user. You can set user a new value. So what I will do, I will set this result value to user. See, I will set this result value to user. That is what I will do. And then what I will do, I will navigate my page. I will navigate to the home page here. Okay, so inverted comma here, forward slash home. That is what I will try to do here. Okay, so this will be my simple login page I will try to create when I am trying to go to some place here. Okay, that is what I will try to do here. Now up until now I did not have make the code for API, because if I will make API, then that is code is it in itself needs a lot of time to explanation. That is why I am only working for front end. Imagine, I only want you to imagine here that the user has given correct ID and password, then the API will return this result value. Now I will update this result value into set user. I will update this result value into the set user, and then based on that I will go to navigate home page. Now on the home page, what I will do, on the home page I will try to create a mechanism that if the user has given correct ID or password, only then they will be able to come here, otherwise they will not be able to come here. So what I will do, I will copy this use context. Okay, and I will paste it, let's say here. Okay, so use context. Okay, and it will be loaded here. Then what you can do, if you want to show this user value, you can show this user value. So for example, here I can show the user value. Okay, whatever is my user value, I want to show my user value on the home page, right? That is what I want to do. And what you can do, you can you can import this one as well. Yes, you need this user context as well, just like you need use context. Okay, now you can save your program. Now let's try to check whether it is properly working or not. So imagine by default value is false. By default value of user and set user is false, so this value will be transferred from here when you will go to login page. So because first of all you are going to login page, so by default the value of user and set user is false. Okay, now let's not use this directly here because it can cause some problems as well. Let me write hello here. So what you can do here, you can simply call some kind of console.log here, and you will be able to check your data into console.log as well. Okay, so I can here write console.log and let's say user value. Okay, so that is what I want to do here. Whatever is my user value, I want to show on uh, console page. Okay, now from our home page, from our login page, sorry, from the login page, if the user will directly try to go to home page, from this login page, let's say user directly want to go to home page without login directly. See what is printing in the console. In the console it is printing false. Okay, but if the user is successfully login, if the user have given some values here, and if the user is successfully login, then see on the home page what you can see. Now on the home page you can see your object. So that is the condition you can make. With the help of this mechanism you can make a condition that if that particular value is login, then we are login. Okay, if you have some value inside your user value, then that means you are login, otherwise you are logout. So I can create a condition here inside my return. I can inside here, inside my home function, I can create some condition that if user, see, if user has some value, if user has some value, then this condition will be true, then I will run this part. Okay, otherwise I will write a else here. If user does not have any value, then here I will try to make a empty tag. Inside the empty tag I will write, let's say, h1 tag. Let's say incorrect, you are not logged in, you are not logged in. See, that is how I am securing my home page, that if user has some value from the login page, from the login page, if the user is successfully logged in, then I am setting user, I am setting this user as the result, right? So this value will now take place at the place of false. At the place of false, this result will take a value. So your user will have a value. Now if the user has a value, this condition will be true. Otherwise, if user does not have a value, its value will be false. In that case I am showing this. Okay, so here I can show something like login successful. See, that is how we try to make a mechanism in the front end. That is how you can make a mechanism in the front end. And inside this else, what I will do, I will return this one as well. Okay, so that is how you are trying to basically return these things. Okay, so I can write something like this one here. Okay, so that is what you can do here. So if the user is not logged in, I will show this line here, otherwise I will return these ones. So I am trying to return two things. See, from my function based on this user value, I can return two things: either the person is successfully logged in or whether they are not logged in. Now if I try to save this program, okay, and in our this React application, if the user will forcefully try to go to home page without login, then what it will see? See, it will see you are not logged in. But if the user has given ID and password, and if they are successfully logged in, then their value will change to result and they log in. See, this time it is showing login successful here. See, that is how you can control your application. That is how you are controlling your application, that what you want to show here and what you does not want to show here. That is what you can do here. Okay, so we will work inside this login successful. Inside this login successful we will work, and we will show users data to them. So for example, in login.jsx, let's say the user's name is Hari. Let's say the user ID is Hari at the rate gmail.com, maybe something like that. Okay, let's say that is ID, and let's say their address is and let's say their address is Mumbai. So I want to show this data on my home page. I want to save this one and I want to show this data on my home page. So what I can do, at the place of this login successful, you can write some kind of heading. So let's say welcome, comma, okay, welcome, comma, curly braces, and here what you can do, you can call your user dot the value inside it. So the value inside it is user id, this user id. So welcome user id, okay, and let's say I will write an h2 tag, and here I will write your order will be delivered to, will be delivered to, comma, curly braces, user, curly braces, user dot address. See, that is what I will do. That is what I will do. I will return address and I will return user ID when the user will successfully log in. Okay, so that is what you can do here. Now we can go back here, and here we can write some ID and password. Okay, and click on login. See on the home page, I am able to receive data. I am able to receive login data on the login.jsx. See, from login.jsx, I was able to send this data and I was able to receive this data on home.jsx. This is very important because with the help of this, you can transfer data on your client side application between one page to another page. Okay, so now let's continue, and now let's try to build this home page. Okay, so we have shown this data on our home page, that when the user will successfully log in, see from here, from login.jsx, if the user has given correct ID and password to our API, then API will return some data. It will return user ID, the person who has actually logged in, and its user address, so that we can deliver the order to that particular address. Now along with the address, if you want to return some more information, let's say phone number or order number, then you can do that. So for now I have created its order ID as well, okay, whose default value will be no order yet. It will always be this value will always be no order yet in the login page. Why? Because from the login page the user has just logged in, it has didn't order anything yet. So by default value of order ID will be no order yet. So this data will be sent on our set user. So set user is our global variable, and on this global variable this data will be set, and we will directly navigate to home page. So when you will go to home page, this user will have this information, this result information will be here on this user page, and then you can show your user ID, you can show your user address, you can also show address as you can also show order as well. So I can take, let's say, s3 tag, okay, and I will write order ID. I will here create one more this value here. Okay, so order ID colon curly braces, and here I will write user dot this third value order ID. Okay, so order ID. These values I will write here. Now if I try to save this program, okay, and if I go back here and if I click on this login button, so by default this is email ID of our client, and order will be delivered to Mumbai. And see, order ID default value is no order yet. Okay, the default value of order ID is no order yet, but I will change this value. I will change this value in the future when the user will successfully log in. Okay, so now we have to create some form here by which user can give some order. Okay, so what we will try to do, we will try to create our different kind of options. If the user wants to actually place the order, so I will give some options to my user, they will be able to submit the order. Okay, so what I will do, I will try to make a form on my home page. Also I will try to make a form here, okay, and inside this form I will give some options to my user, okay, such as the first option I will give here, is input, and type equals to, I will give type information here as well. Okay, so type equals to I will give number. So this input will be a quantity. Okay, this input will nothing but a quantity. So if user wants to order this particular pizza, they can give some ID. So for example, here I will write, let's say name equals to cheese and corn. So this will be my cheese and corn pizza. Okay, this will be my cheese and corn pizza. So when the user wants to give some cheese and corn information, they can give this value cheese and corn. Okay, that is what they can do. And I will set min equals to a value. Okay, so here you can put some value here. So for example, min equals to, let's say, inverted comma 0. Okay, so that is what I will do here. Okay, now if I try to save this one, okay, this home, and if I try to log in here again, okay, so what you will do, you will see this one. Now here, this is the input box for cheese and corn. So if the user has given any value here, so that means that much quantity of cheese and corn I want to deliver. So this will not go below 0. See, this will not go below 0. It will only go to 0. 0 means they do not want to eat cheese and corn. But if they selected, let's say, 3, that means they want 3 cheese and corn pizza. Now in the same way, you can create another input boxes as well. Okay, you can get more input boxes as well. So for example, I can copy this one again. And I can paste it as many times as I want. Okay, and I will be able to work on those pizzas in my application. Okay, so let's say second one will be, let's say, for margarita. Okay, let's say third one is for, let's say, capsicum, and the fourth one is for, let's say, onion. Okay, that is what you can do. You can create your different kind of these uh, input here for different pizzas. Okay, so this one, let's say, cheese and corn. After cheese and corn, I can select some other one, maybe, let's say, something like some other pizza. So let's say capsicum. Okay, so capsicum pizza, and then let's say this one as margarita. Okay, and this one as let's say onion. Okay, so onion pizza. Okay, so that is what I will do here. So cheese and corn, and capsicum, margarita, and onion. These will be my four type of pizzas from which I will take information, for which I will take information from the user. If I save this one, okay, and if I try to log in here again, so see, you have these four boxes. So if I, for example, if I want cheese and corn, I can select for this one. So cheese and corn, let's say one cheese and corn. I do not need any, let's say, capsicum pizza. So I will leave this one. I need two margarita pizza. So I will select two margarita like this. See, and for example, I need one onion pizza. So I will select like this. See, that is how you can create these kind of information. Okay, then what you can do after this one, you can create your button. So I will create my button here. So button, and type equals to submit. Okay, so that is what I will do here. Now this will be my submit button, and here I will write add. So this will be my add button. Okay, so when the user will click on this add button, that means we will want to place our order. Okay, so that is what I will write here, add this one, or you can write add pizza. Add pizza. So whatever values user have selected, those pizzas will be selected. That is the kind of form I am trying to create here. Now when the user will submit this form, so on submit equals to, I will create a function here. Okay, by the name of order. Okay, final order. Okay, so let's say final order. By the name of final order, I have created this function here. Okay, now inside this function, when the user will click on this form, when the user will submit this form, this function will run. So function final order, make this as an event so that we can receive data from the user. Okay, and the same thing that you did on login form, the same thing you can do here as well. Okay, the same thing you can do here as well, and you can receive the data here. Okay, so what I will do this time, what information I will have, I will have information from this form here. If you want to show the form directly, then you can simply do console.log and data, and you will be able to see users information, users form directly. So if I save this one, okay, so you can run this one again, login. So what you can do, let's open the console in the in the browser as well. Okay, so if I want, let's say, three cheese and corn pizza, no capsicum pizza, okay, one margherita pizza, and let's say two onion pizza, simply click on add pizza button and see in my console you can see your form data. So this will tell you that I want three cheese and corn pizza, no capsicum pizza. See, if there is null means no capsicum pizza, or zero also means the same thing. Zero also means the same thing. Margherita means one margherita pizza and two onion pizza. Okay, so that is what you can do here. This is possible. This is how you are able to take some order from your client here. Okay, that is what you can do. That is what you can do. Now we want to send this data into our cart, into our my cart application, because if you remember, we created this this structure here. If you go to the Jamboard, we created a structure for our web application, that when the user will finally submit all these things, okay, when the user will select all the pizza that they want, then I will send them to my cart page. Now on the my cart, they can finally check all the final information that they have to work on here. Okay, so that is what I will try to do here. So from my form, when the user will submit all these things, I will create their final data. Okay, I will create the final data. So what I will try to do on this one is that I will uh, run this function. Okay, and in this function I have all of this form information. So what I will try to do here, once again I will try to create this const send data, okay, which I will load here. Okay, const send data, and with the help of this send data, I will try to get my final data which I want to show to them. So what is my final data I want to show to them? First of all, I need user ID. So I will receive user ID from this user, right? From this user I can receive my user ID. So here you can simply call, you can remove this one, and you can call your user, this one, dot user id, that is what I will do. That is how you can receive user id. Okay, then the next parameter I do not need password. The next parameter I need is what pizza they are ordering. Okay, so for example, let's say they are ordering cheese and corn pizza. So I will create a key value, let's say by the name of cheese and corn. So cheese and corn colon, cheese and corn colon, and here I will call data dot get. Okay, and here I will write cheese and corn. Okay, that is what I will try to do. This is how you can receive your cheese and corn information from your form, that how much cheese and corn pizza do they want. Okay, then I can copy this one. Okay, and you can work on other one as well. Okay, so let me copy this much, let me copy this one here. Okay, and let me write capsicum. So capsicum colon data dot get, and here I will write capsicum information. Okay, so capsicum like this. Okay, that is what I will do. Then once again I will write third one, so which is margarita, colon data dot get, and here I will write margarita information. Okay, that is how you are receiving data. That is how you are receiving data. That is what you can do. And after margarita, you can also write for onion. So onion colon data dot get, and here I will write onion. So that is how you will get information for all the pizzas the user wants to order. Okay, that is what you can do. Now along with this information, I can send user's address as well. Sending user's address is also important. So I will write user address. Okay, user address, and at user address I will once again call this user information, where I have all of my data. In this user information I will call user dot and this time I will call this address. I will call this address here. See this address. Okay, so user dot address, ADDRESS. Because in user I have all the global information regarding user's ID and user's address. Now with the help of that one, I will create this information. Okay, so this is our final data. This is our final order. Okay, so what I can do, see, I can once again overwrite on my user's information. See, I am using this user as a global variable from app.jsx. So from app.jsx is default value is false. That means user is not logged in. Then when I pass user ID address and order ID value into the same user global variable, then that means user has become logged in. Now when I will pass override this value as well, when I will override these values as well along with address and user ID, then now it means that user has also logged in and user has also placed the order as well. Okay, so what I can do, I can override this send data information once again to my user. Okay, just like I did here. Okay, so I will here, what I can do after this one, I can once again call set user. I can call this set user, and in this set user I can this time override this send data information. See, this time I'm overwriting this send data information on this user. Okay, so that is what will happen. Now if you can save this one, okay, and if you log in again, okay, and you give some value here, maybe let's say something like this one. So your data will be available here. Okay, okay, let me show my data as well. Console.log, let's say send data. I want to show you the final data that we want to work on. So I will write this one as well. Now save this one. Okay, and try to run your program one more time. So log in. Now give some information, null, and let's say 2, and let's say 1. So add pizza. See, this is the information you are getting here in the object. In the object you are getting this information, and also we are overwriting that data to send data as well. Okay, that is what we have done. Now we can go to mycart.jsx, because in mycart.jsx you can once again receive this data, you can work on it. Okay, so just like I loaded these information, I imported these things into home.jsx, the same you can do for this one as well. Whenever you want to use your global variables, whenever you want to use these two global variables, user and set user, you have to pass these two things. Okay, so now you can write this one here. You can write this one here. Okay, and then at the page you can simply write console.log, console.log, and inside this one you can simply print your entire user. So you will be able to see that on my card page, on my card page I will be able to receive my data. Okay, so what you can do from home.jsx, from home.jsx, after sending this data, what you can do, you can once again navigate to this particular page. Okay, so I can navigate with the help of this one. Once again I can navigate now from home page to my cart page. So this my cart, and the URL for my cart is this one, my cart. Okay, so I want to navigate to this URL, which will take me to this particular component. So that is what I can write here. Okay, and make sure you are using navigate here as well. So for navigate, using navigate here, I have to call this one in my home page as well. So on the home page I also need the navigate. That is what you can do here. You can use navigate here from React Router DOM. So you can now navigate to my cart page. Okay, so this is, you can save here. Now from my cart page, from my cart page we can receive all that information. Okay, and we can show that here. That is what we are trying to do here. Okay, you can show something like this as well. So s2 tag, let's say this is my cart page. Save this one as well. Now let's try to run our project again. So what I will do, when the user will log in, okay, they can take their order, they can give their order. Okay, click on add pizza, and they will go to this is my cart page, and see on the this is my cart page you can see this information. That means you are able to receive your data on mycart.jsx. See, you can see the file name, You can see the file name which is showing this data. So my data is shown on mycard.jsx page. So on mycard.jsx, you are able to receive your data successfully. So on this page, now you can show the final data to our client, to our user, that what they wants to do here. Okay, so this is what you can do here. You can show them the final information you actually wants to show them. Okay, so that value will be shown here. That is what you can do here. Okay, so what I will do, on my card page, I will show my entire table. Okay, what I will do, I will show an entire table on this particular page here. Okay, where user will be able to see all the data that they wants to see here. Okay, so what I will do here is that I will try to make a kind of a bill, okay, for my user with the help of table. Okay, so inside our this tag, I will create a table tag. Inside this table tag, you can create a tag called t body. So inside t body, you can write the body of the table. That is what you can do. Now inside table body, you can create your different kind of rows that you want to work in. Okay, so I will have two columns and I will have 4 to 5 rows. Okay, so my let's say first column will be, let's say, something like this, table row. Now inside this one, first of all, you can show the user id, that which user has ordered. Okay, so here, one second, here I will write, let's say, table data td. Okay, now inside td I will write, let's say, user id. Okay, and I will write its value. Okay, so you can do like this. Actually, let me do in the same line. So in table row, and here I will write, let's say, something like another table data like this, and here I will write user, this user, our global variable, user, and from this user I will write dot, and I will write this one. I will write this information, this user id, so that we can actually see our data, our final data. So user id colon user dot id user dot user id. Okay, so this is my key value. This is my key value which I wants to access here. The same goes for cheese and corn. The same goes for capsicum, margarita, for all of them. That is what I will try to show here. So this is my row number 1. Now if I copy this, and if I paste it second time, so my second row, third row, fourth row, okay, and fifth row, like that I will do. So here, after user id, I can show how many cheese and corn pizza they want. If they want any cheese and corn pizza, then here I will show user, cheese and corn, cheese and cheese and corn. Okay, that information I will try to show. Now here, if they have some capsicum pizza, so okay, so I can show information about capsicum as well. I will show information about capsicum as well. Okay, then after capsicum, I will also have information about margarita as well. Okay, so here I will show user.margarita, because all of this information is available in my user global variable. And after margarita, I can also show onion information. So here I will write user.onion. How many onion pizza do they have order? Okay, that is what I will try to do. And after onion, I also have address, so I will show address as well. So you can show some final address here as well if you want to show that value. So let me paste this one more time, and address here as well. Okay, so address, user dot address. And now what you can do, you can put all of these values in between curly braces, so this will be shown properly, okay, as a javascript variable. Okay, so that is what you can do here. The same let's do for this one as well, for this one as well, and for this one as well. Okay, so that is what you can do. Now if you try to save this one, you can restart your website. Okay, so for now it is showing blank value because we didn't write anything, but if I start from the beginning again, login, and if I give some value, let's say I want 1 cheese and corn pizza, no onion pizza, no capsicum pizza, and let's say two cheese and corn pizza. Sorry, cheese, two margarita pizza, and this one, let's say three onion pizza. See, one cheese and corn, no capsicum, two margarita, and three here onion. So click on add pizza and see that information will be visible here. Now the data that you have not given, that will not be shown here. Okay, let me check for address. It is not showing me address here. Let me check for address. Why it is not showing the address? User dot address, user dot, okay, okay, it is user address. It is not address, it is user address. So you have to write user address here. Actually, the key value I have taken here is the user address. To avoid confusion, let's make it address as well. Okay. Now, if I try to save this one, and here it is user address. Let me go back again. Okay, and click on login. Give some value: one cheese and corn, no capsicum, two margarita, and three onion pizza. Add pizza, and see, you will have user ID. You will have cheese and corn information. Okay, since you are 1 second, let me check for margarita as well. It is not showing the information for margarita. Margherita. Marghe. Okay, Rita. Okay, actually this key value was also incorrect. That is why this data was not showing here. But I have corrected this one as well. So I have to run this one more time. Let's run this one more time. So login. Let's say one cheese and corn, one two capsicum. Let's say, okay, and three. Let's say three margarita, and let's say one onion pizza. Okay, so click on add pizza and see, you will get this information for all of them. So I want one cheese and corn, two capsicum, three margarita, one onion, and this is our address. So this is the basic information. This is the information I need for giving up the final order here. Okay, so that is what you can do. If the user do not want to eat any pizza, let's say they want to eat cheese and corn, so they will only write, let's say, two cheese and corn, and they do not want anything else. They do not want anything else, then they can skip these one and simply click on add pizza button, and see, you will only see two cheese and corn. This means they do not want to eat these pizzas. This means they do not want to eat this pizza. That is how you can organize your data. Okay, so they only want to eat cheese and corn pizza, so only two cheese and corn will be sent to this particular address here. Okay, so that is what you can do here as well. Okay, now we can add some more things in our form as well. For example, calculating the final price here. Okay, so you can calculate final price here as well, that how much actual price they have to pay here. Okay, so for example, here you can write the price. If you want to show some price to our client, you can show your price to client. Okay, that is what we will do. When I will style the application, i will show the I will show the price here as well, that 90 rupees price or 150 rupees price. That is what I will do. Okay, but here I can calculate the price. So what I will do, I will create one more key value here. Okay, let's say by the name of total price. I am only showing the total price here, that the total amount the user have to pay. Okay, so total amount colon, what I can do, I can take this particular information. Okay, I can take this particular information, and I can multiply that by that number by which I want to calculate it. Okay, so I will write this one, data dot get into, let's say the cheese and corn price is let's say 110 rupees. So I will multiply it by 110. Okay, plus I will have, let's say, capsicum information. So capsicum multiply by, let's say, the capsicum price is something like 90 rupees. So I will multiply by 90, plus onion price. So this onion price, I can write a onion price here. Okay, like this here. Okay, only this much. Data dot get onion, and I can multiply this information. Let's say onion is let's say 105 rupees. So multiply by that 105. So whatever is the quantity chosen by our user, I will multiply that by that particular price. Okay, plus, and I will get the final amount. Okay, the same I can do for margarita as well. Okay, so let's say data dot get margarita. Okay, and I can multiply this value. Let's say margarita price is 130. So that is what I will try to do. This is how you can calculate the final price here, the total amount you will be able to calculate. Okay, that is something you can do in your application as well. Okay, that is also possible here. Okay, so here what you can do, you can give a default value here. Okay, so my default value will be let's say 0. Now I can pass this information in all of them. I will pass this information in all of them, default value. So what it means here? It means that the default value for every pizza will be 0. So that my formula will work without any problem. So for example, if let's say the user do not wants to eat any capsicum pizza, they will do not increase the value of capsicum. That means its value will remain 0 and multiply by 90. So the final value for this one will be 0. That means they do not have to pay any price for capsicum here. Okay, that kind of logic I am trying to create here. That is why I am using this parameter here, default value as 0. Okay, so that is something you can do here as well. So what we can do inside this one, in our t body here, I can copy this one. Okay, and I can paste this one more time, and here I can show some information. Let's say the total amount, the total amount user has to pay, the total amount user has to pay. And here I will write user dot this one, user dot this in particular information, total amount. So user dot total amount. Okay, so I can show the total amount to our user has, to our user as well, that they have to pay here. Okay, so I will write user dot total amount. Now let's try to run this one more time. Okay, let's log in here. Let's give some information. Let's say one, let's say 2 cheese and corn pizza, no capsicum pizza. Let's say 1 margherita pizza and no onion pizza. Click on add pizza and see, you will get the total amount the user has to pay. And you can calculate this one as well. 110 rupees for cheese and corn. So 110 into 2, that means 220. 220 rupees for cheese and corn pizza, and I have one margherita pizza which is 130 rupees. So 130. So 130 plus 220 equals to 350. See, that is the total amount the user has to pay here. So that is what you can do. If you want to include some GST or something like that, then you can include some GST as well. Okay, so all those things you can do here, and you can show the final price that the user has to pay here. Okay, so this is what you can do here. This is how you can create your final cart, which will show the user that what is the final amount they have to pay. Then here you can create a button. Here you can create a button by which they will be able to place their order. Okay, so after this t body, I will create a normal simple button. Okay, I will create a normal simple button. Let's say button, and when the user will click on this button, on click equals to, I will call a function, let's say by the name of place order. So by the name of place order, I will try to run a function. Okay, and here I can write, let's say place order. So when the user will click on this place order button, okay, I will call a function here. So function place order. Okay, and inside this one, all I simply have to do that whatever I created in the send data in my user global variable, all this information is available in our global variable. I simply wants to send this data to our client, to our server, so that this will be saved on the database. This data will be saved on the database. That is what I can do here. Okay, so what I will do on this place order, I can simply call my API, and I can simply send this particular data. And inside this place order function, you can use this user global variable to show, and you can send this data directly to our API. So once again, here I will try to create the API where user will be able to send the data. Okay, so this is the information. Here is the code for API. Okay, where user will send data. Okay, where user will send data to be stored in database. To be stored in database. Okay, so our this data, all of this data, this is our final order. It will be stored into the MongoDB. Okay, and then from here, and will receive, and from the API we will receive some information. Okay, we will receive order ID. I will receive some order ID from my API. Okay, and we'll send that order ID to our back to our home page. Okay, so back to my home page I will send that order ID back, so that I will be able to have my final result. Okay, so here what I will do, I will once again create const result equals to curly braces. Okay, so user ID colon user dot id, user dot user id, user id. Okay, also I have information about the user address, so address colon user dot address. Okay, and the third thing I will show here is the order ID. Now because our order is placed, after running this code our order will be placed. Okay, so here what I will do, I will call order ID colon I will call order ID colon, and here I will call some order ID which is given by the user. So for now I am giving some default value here. Let's assume this is the order ID, but later on I will receive this value from the API when I will create the API. Okay, so once again I will set user with this result. With this result I will send set this one result. Okay, oh sorry, this result, let me do like this result. Okay, and then what I will do, I will navigate again. i will navigate I will navigate again to our home page. Okay, so just like I have navigated here, the same thing I will do in my cart as well. Okay, so in my cart I will call this navigate, and I will call this navigate here, so that I can navigate to this particular page here. Okay, that is what you can do. And let's import use navigate here as well. Okay, okay, this should not be available here. This place order should not be, this navigate should not be available here. Actually this should be here. Okay, now save this one, and now you can check your application. So what I can do, I can log in from here. Okay, and I can give some information here. How many pizza do I want? Okay, add pizza. So this is my final amount. Now if I click on add order, place order, see, I will once again send to my home page. I will once again send to my home page with the order ID. I will receive this order ID from the API when I will work on the API. Okay, so this is the mechanism. This is the final mechanism for our client side. Okay, so that is what you can do here. This is how you can develop your client side here. Okay, so now this is what we have created, the client side for our user. Okay, now we have to create this client side for our admin as well. Okay, because we have two kind of clients. We have, one is user who will place the order, the person who wants to eat the pizza, the customer. Okay, and then we have our admin. Admin is also our client. Okay, who will be, who will make the pizza, who will deliver the pizza, the shopkeeper. Okay, so since we have created this client side for our user, which is our customer, okay, also we have to create for shopkeeper as well, who will be able to see all those orders. Okay, the person who will be able to see all those orders so that they can work on it. For that we have created this admin.jsx and admin login.jsx. Okay, so let me open these two files here. Okay, and you can close this mycard.jsx, and we do not need this home.jsx, and we will work on admin login and admin.jsx. Okay, so now let's see one more time. First of all, when the user will go to login page, because login page is our first page, the login page is the first page which will open on our website. Okay, and from here what user can do, user can give their ID and password. Our customer can give their ID and password so that they can go to the home page for order, for placing the order. But if they are not the user, if they are admin, if they are a shopkeeper, so what they can do, they can go to shopkeeper page. So what I can do here is that on my form I can create a link. Okay, on my form I can create a link. Let's say a href equals to forward slash. Okay, and I will take them to admin login page. So what is the URL for admin login? See, this is the URL for my admin login. Okay, and I can pass this URL here, admin login. So when the user will click on this link, let's say I am a shopkeeper. I am a shopkeeper. So if the user is a shopkeeper, if our client is a shopkeeper, then they can click on this particular link. Okay, and from this particular link they can go to admin login page. So what I can do, see, on my this page, on my home page, on my first page, see here user can give their ID and password if they are a customer. But if they are not a customer, if they are a shopkeeper, they can click on this link, I am a shopkeeper, and see, they will directly come to this page. They will directly come to this page, and we will be able to create our admin login page here. Okay, so just like you have your login page, in the same way you can have your admin login page as well. The same form, you can copy the same form, and I can paste the form here in the admin login page. So at this admin login page, let's remove these things and let's paste this one. Okay, see, this is our admin login page. This is our admin login page we have created. Here we will also have get data function. Okay, so you can create this get data function here as well. The same thing, everything will be same. Everything will be same. You can copy all these information and you can paste all these information here as well, because this part will be same. This part will be same for our admin login as well. Okay, that we will have all of these packages. With the help of these packages, we will navigate all around our admin login. So let's import this one as well. Okay, and the logic will be same. The logic here will be same. We will have use navigate, we will have use context. Okay, we will use the context for our shopkeeper as well. This global variable user will be used for our shopkeeper as well. Okay, I will get data from our event. Okay, from our event I will once again get user ID and password here. Okay, and I will send that data to our API, and from the API I will this time receive nothing like user ID or user address. This time I do not need address. Why? Because I only needed the address when I want to give the order, but this time I do not need the address, so I only need a particular value. So maybe my value can be, let's say, true. My value can be true, so I can return true from here, and true will be sufficient. Returning true from this particular data will be more than enough to work on our data. Okay, so I will return true from here. That is what I will try to do here. I will simply return true if the user has given correct ID and password. Okay, so that is what I will try to do here. Now with the help of this particular one, what I can do, I will not navigate to home page. Where I will navigate? I will navigate to my admin page. Okay, if the user is successfully login, then I will navigate them to our admin page. Okay, that is what I will try to do here. So from here, the user will go to admin page. Okay, so from admin login, when they will successfully login, okay, they will go to admin page. So I can create my admin page here. Okay, so now let's try to create our admin page after this admin login page. Now on this admin page, okay, what I will try to do, I will receive some data and I will try to work on that data. But here what we can do on our admin login page, I simply wants to show the information that what are the orders. I simply wants to show them the latest orders for which the user has applied. Okay, the user has placed the latest order placed by our customers. I simply wants to show that data. So what I will do, here is that here I will try to use effect hook. If you remember, I taught you use effect hook, which will run automatically. The hook which runs off automatically. So I will import use effect hook. Okay, like this, and I will use the arrow function here, like this. And inside this arrow function, I will try to call this fetch data function. So I am creating a fetch data function inside my, I am calling this fetch data function inside my use effect. So as soon as user will come to this particular page, this function will run only one time. Okay, this function will run only one time, and by running this particular function, I will be able to fetch the data from our fetch data function. So this time I will not create any button. Okay, this time I will not create any button that the user has to click on a button to get the data. You can do that as well. If you want, you can create a button here as well, that when the user will click on the button, then I will call this fetch data function, just like I did in the my cart. just like I did in the my cart, that the user has to click this button to place the order, to run this place order button. If you want to do something like that, you can do that, but I am creating automatic function that it will done automatically, that this will done automatically. That is why I'm using this use effect function here. Okay, now what we can do inside this one, we can create our function. So now we can create our function, and also you can use your global variables. Okay, because here we also want to create our if else condition, just like we have the if else condition in our home page. The same we can do here as well. See, this kind of condition we can create here as well. Okay, that is what you can do. This is what you can do here as well, that you can create this kind of condition here as well. So if else, like this. So let's copy this one. Only copy this one, this much. Okay, copy this one, and I will paste this at the place of this one. Okay, so here I will paste this one. So once again, if the user value is true, this part will run. Otherwise, this part will null, and this will show you are not logged in. Okay, so I can use the same global variable. I can use the same global variable, and which I am using here. So this one, I can use this information as well. Okay, so I will write this one here like this. Okay, so use context, and I will use this user, this global variable which has a true value. This user has a true value which will be returned from my admin login. Okay, so when this user is true, when this user is true, this if condition will be true and this part will run. Okay, otherwise else part will run, and in the else part it will show you are not logged in. Okay, so that is what you can do here, because by default the user value is false. See, as I told you in the app page, on this app page the default values of our user is false. So the same will work here as well, as it was working for our customer. As it was working for the customer, it will work for our admin as well, that by default value is false, but if the id and password are correct, then API will return true. So this value will become true, and I will work here. Okay, so that is what I can do here. I can show this data when the user value is true. I will not show this information. I will not show this information. So let me remove this information from here. Okay, I will show welcome, and I will show, let's say, welcome shopkeeper or something like that. Okay, so welcome shopkeeper. Okay, because we are talking about shopkeeper here, so I will simply write welcome shopkeeper. Okay, this is not defined on our page, so let me run this one as well, and let me run this one as well. Let me define this fetch data function as well. So function fetch data. Okay, and here I can write console.log. Okay, and I can write fetching data. So for now I am writing fetching data here. Okay, let me save this one. Also from admin login, this T is not capital T, this is small t. Okay, let me replace this one as well, true. Okay, so I am on this page now. If I go to this, I am a shopkeeper. Okay, and if the user will give some information, if the user will directly go to our admin page, if the user will try to directly go to admin page, they will show them you are not logged in. Okay, and if the user will go through normal method by clicking on login and see welcome shopkeeper, so that is what will be shown to our user. Okay, so this is what you can do here as well. That is how you can create this mechanism for our shopkeeper as well, the same mechanism that we created for our customer. Okay, so that is what we can do here. Now in our admin page, on this admin page, inside this return function, you can show the information to our admin. Okay, what kind of information? The information which should be returned to our user. Okay, so imagine I am receiving some data from our API. Okay, here I will call the API as well. Okay, here I will call the API as well, and when I will try to call API, okay, so call API, and I will receive all the order data, and will receive all order information. Okay, that means user id, their address, okay, their id, their address, and I will also receive that what pizza they have ordered, what is the total price that they have to pay. Okay, all those things will be available here. So call api and receive all order details, all the orders, not only a single order, all the order details we will receive here. Okay, so what I will do, I will receive data from my api. Okay, and here I will try to make a const here. Okay, and I will try to make let's say data, okay, comma set data, set data. So I will take another variable here, and this will be my use state, this will be my use state. Okay, and this use state, in this use state I will have some data. So by default its value will be a array, and inside array I will have a dictionary. This will be the default value, this will be the default value I am setting to this one. So column 1 colon, let's say no data. Okay, and comma column 2 colon, let's say no data. So imagine like this. Imagine it like this, that this entire array is my table. Please imagine this entire array is my table, and this one object is my row. And in this row I have two columns. So column 1, column 2. So this data is available here. Now we will modify this data in the future. We will modify this data in the future, and you will be able to work on this data. You will be able to work on this data, and you will be able to show all the data on the html page. Okay, that is what you will be able to show inside our this info in this html page. Here you will be able to show all the information that we are getting from our user. How? Like this. See very carefully. First of all, I will make a table. First of all, I will make a table, and inside this table we are going to show all the data which we will receive from API. Now please remember, when you will receive data from API, you will receive data in this same manner, in the same structure, that you will have a array. Basically you will receive a single array from the API. Okay, this single array will be your table, and inside the table you will get a lot of objects. There will be a lot of objects inside your single array, and every object will be a row. Okay, and in every row you will have these key value, which will be basically your columns here. Okay, so if you want to show this kind of data structure, if you want to show this kind of structured data into your html tables, into your page, so that the user can see that information, we need some code here. Okay, so I am going to write some code in front of you. Try to understand this code very properly, so that you can see that what is basically happening here. Okay, so what I will try to do, inside this table I will make first of all t head, which will be my table head, that means the heading of the table. So heading of the table will be the column names. Okay, so how can you receive column names? So what I will do, I will call a tr tag, that is table row, inside our heading. Inside our heading I will make a single table row, and inside table row I will write some JavaScript code. Now the JavaScript code that I am going to write here is very important to understand. Okay, it is very important to understand this code. Now please see very carefully. Please see very carefully. If this is my data, the default value. So at the 0 index, you will have some value. You will have some value at the 0 index. See, this is the 0 index for this array here. If this is my array, then this is available at the 0 index. So what I can do, here, inside this one, I can call data square bracket 0 index. See, I have called data 0 index. That means this is my entire object. This is my entire object, my first row. My first row. Now from this first row, I only want the key values. I only want the key values from this particular object. So how can you receive key values from any object? You can receive key values from any object with the help of this one. Object dot keys function. See, this keys function will give you all the keys. Okay, see, this keys function will give you all the keys from whatever object you will pass. You can pass any object here, and from that object you will be able to receive the keys here. So that is what I am receiving here. Now I want to show all these values into my headings, right? Into my headings I want to show all the key values. So for that I have to run a loop. Okay, so what I will do for running a loop, see very carefully. For this keys function, I will call dot map function. So this map function will basically run a loop. Okay, it will be running a loop for all the values, available inside this keys. That means on all the keys, I am running this map function. Okay, and I will receive keys, let's say, into key variable. Into key variable I will receive all the values. So this is a arrow function, so I will make it as an arrow function like this. Okay, and inside this arrow function, what you can do, you can show your keys. Inside this arrow function you can show your keys. So how I will show my keys? I will show my keys with the help of table header. See, with the help of table header I will show my keys. So inside this table header, what you can do, you can call your curly braces, and here I can pass my key. Okay, that is what I will do. Listen to me very carefully. I am explaining one more time this program. So I have my first object, that means my first row, and from this first row I simply want to receive key value, because key value is what? Key value is my column names. So from this object I will call this object dot keys function. I will pass my object. This is my object. I will pass my object into this object dot keys function, and this will return me all the keys here. Now all on this key I will run a loop, a map function, which will basically run this table header that many times. This will run again and again. This code will run again and again and again, and every time a new key will be printed here. Okay, so that is how you can receive a new key. Now whenever you are writing a table header here, so for table header need a unique value. Okay, every table header, because you are running a table header through a loop, every time you run a table header through a loop you should pass a key value. So here uh, and please remember, this key value is different from this key value. Okay, you can write this one as, let's say, column. So this will basically give me all the columns here. Okay, so here you can write columns. Please do not get confused between this key value and that key value. This key value means the keys of your object, that means the column names, which you can receive in this column variable, and you are writing them here. Now here you have to write a unique key value so that every header will be printed properly. So key equals to curly braces, and inside this curly braces what I will do, I will simply call math dot random. Okay, I will simply call math dot random. That is basically what I will try to do here. So this will give a unique key value to all of my table headers. This is how you can create a heading. Here. Now after the heading I want to create my body. Okay, after the heading I want to create table body. So t body, I will call t body here. Now inside this t body, what I want to do, I want to show all of my rows from starting to end. All of my rows I want to show. So this time I do not want to map on the key values, but actually I will map on all the values which are available in my data. That is what I want to do here. Okay, so how can I do that? If I want to work on that, this time I will run my entire loop on my all the values which are available in my data. Okay, so what I will do here, this time instead of calling keys, here I will try to make a curly braces. Okay, and into this curly braces I will directly call data. See, this time I do not want to loop on the keys. This time I want to loop on my entire data, on my entire array. See, this time I'm looping on my entire array, because my entire array can have many objects. One object, two object, 10 object, all these orders. All these will be orders. So this time I will call data.map function. See, this data.map function means this time I'm running on all the objects, all the rows of my data. Okay, so map function, here you can once again take a variable. So this kind of variable, just like I'm taking a column variable, This will be my single object, single row. Okay, now on this row, I will call a arrow function like this. Okay, and inside this arrow function, what I will try to do, I will try to return from this arrow function. What I will try to return, I will try to return a table row. See, what is my object? My object is nothing but a row. So I will call this object, and from this object I will call a table row. So I will return this table row from this data here. But I will return this table row from this loop. So just like I was looping on table header from this map function on our data, that no matter how many columns we have available, all those columns should be shown here. All those columns should be shown here. In the same way, no matter how many objects your data will have, that many rows should be created here. So once again, just like I have unique value for our table header, I should have unique value for my table row as well. I should have unique values for my table row as well. Now, let me close this one as well like this. Okay, so just in the same way, I will have unique value for my table row as well. But inside my table row, I will have a lot of values, right? Inside every object, I have lot of values which I want to show inside my table row as a table data, table element, TD. Inside my TR, I want to make my TD which will have my table data, my table elements. So what I will do, inside this one, I will once again create a curly braces. Okay, I will once again create a curly braces, and inside this curly braces, what I will do, this time I will call this particular object. This time I will run on this object. So this object will have all the values that I want to show here. This time I do not want to work on key. This time I want to work on actual values. So what I can do, inside this one, I can call object, okay, dot values. This time I will call object dot values function, because this time from my object I do not need key value, I need actual value. So I will call values, and once again I will call map function, because a single object can also have a lot of values. Okay, so I will once again call map function, and this time I will take a value parameter, and just like you did for key here, the same you can do here as well. So value, okay, and arrow function, oh sorry, a value arrow function. Okay, and into this arrow function, what I can do, I can write curly braces, and inside this curly braces, once again I can return. So what I can return, I can return a table TD. This time I will return TD. This TD will have my individual table data. That is what I will receive from each and every value, from each of these objects. Okay, that is what I will do. Now inside this TD, you can write curly braces, and here you can write your value. So this value that you want to print here. Now once again, this table data should also be a random value. So I can copy this one, and I can paste this here as well. Okay, I can paste this one here as well. See, that is how you can convert your object data, your this that is how you can convert your object data, your array data, into a table, and you can show all this data on your admin page. Okay, now if you try to save this one, and let's try to see whether it is working or not. So if I go back here, okay, admin login, and if I log in here, see my data is showing like this: column 1, column 2, no data. Now since I do not have any data, it is not showing anything. Okay, see, that is how I'm creating a default value. But when the user will send some data, from the API, the data we will receive in the same manner as well. Okay, and no matter how many objects you have inside your array, or no matter how many key values you have inside each and every object, it will work properly. This code will work properly. So you have to understand this code properly, that how it is working here. Okay, so this is how we can create the client side for our shopkeeper as well. Okay, that whatever is the data that I want to show to my shopkeeper, this code will be sufficient to show my data on the output screen. This code will make more sense when we will work on API as well, when we will receive data from API, and you will be able to show API data to our users as well. Okay, So that is what we will show. Then this data will become more useful here. Okay, so this is how you can create the client side for our shopkeeper as well. Okay, so now let's move on, and now let's try to make the last section of this client side, okay, which is your create account. Okay, so if a customer wants to create their new account, that is something they are able to do in our application as well. Okay, so that is why we have this file. See this file, create account.jsx file. Okay, so we have created our admin page, we have created our home page, we have created our my card page. Okay, now we can work on this create account page. Okay, so I will open this create account and I will close this admin.jsx and admin login.jsx because their work is done, okay, for now. And now we can work on this create account page. So what I will do once again, since our login.jsx is the first page of our website, as I told you before as well, that whenever the user wants to access our application, our website, they will directly jump to login page because login page is the default page. See this one, default page, login page is the default page. Now from this login page, either the user can log in, either the customer can log in, either the customer can log in, okay, and they can place the order. If they are not a customer, then they can click on this one, I am a shopkeeper, and they can go to the shopkeeper page, admin page, and beside that I will create one more link here for our create account if they do not have an account. Okay, so a href equals to inverted comma, okay, forward slash, and I will write this url. This time I want to create the account, right? This time I want to create the account, so I will copy this url here, okay, and I will paste this url here. Okay, so when the user will click on this link, what is the link? The link is um, I do not have an account. I do not have an account. Okay, so I will write something like this. I will write something like this, that if they do not have an account, I do not have an account. Okay, or this one something like I am a shopkeeper. Okay, so you can write something like this here. Okay, or you can write in a very normal way. So for example, let's say I do not have an account. Okay, and this one as I am a shopkeeper, so something like I am a shopkeeper. Yes, this is more better. So that is what we can do. Now when the user will click on this one, okay, when the user will click on this link, I will take them to create account page. This page, create account. Now on this create account, what they will be able to do, they will be able to create their new account here. Okay, so that is what I will try to do here as well. So what we can do, first of all, we can make a form here. Okay, and with the help of form, I can get users detail here. Okay, so what we can do on this create account page, let me create a form here. Okay, so form tag. Now inside this form tag I can take users information. So first of all, I will take users information. Let's say their username, what kind of username they want here. Okay, so input type equals to, and text. Okay, so text, and I will take a text kind of an input, and the name will be, name for this one will be user id. So I am trying to take a user id for our user. Okay, I am trying to take this user id for our user, that when the user will write a email id here, okay, that will be considered their user id. Okay, so that is what I will try to do. This is how I am taking some input for our user. Okay, now after this one, you can do some other things as well. Okay, now after taking input here, you can take password as well, so user can choose their password as well. So input, okay, and type equals to let's say password. Okay, password, and we can work on password as well. So name equals to password. This will become their password. Okay, and user can choose their password here as well. Okay, so that is something we can do here as well. This will be the password. Now after password, user can give their address as well. User can give their address as well. So input type equals to input type equals to, and you can write some kind of, let's say, text here. Okay, so let's say text, and let's say name equals to address. Okay, so that is what you can do as well. You can take user's address as well. Okay, that information you can take here as well. You can take user's address, user's password, and user id. These three information I am taking from the user, that when we will deliver the pizza, so what will be the address at which we will deliver the pizza. Okay, so that is what you can write, and then you can create a button here. So button type equals to, and here I will write a submit button. Okay, so a submit button like this. Now here I can write something like, let's say, register. So when the user will click on this register button, this entire form will be submitted. Okay, and when this entire form will be submitted, I will call an event here. So on submit event, so when this form will be submitted, this register function will run. Okay, this register function will run here when the user will submit this form. So now what we can do, we can basically create this this one here. Okay, and we can create a registration here. So what I will do, first of all, I will create a function here. Okay, by the name of register, like this, and I will make an event here so that I can receive my form data. Okay, so inside this one you can receive your form data. The same thing we were doing here on this login page, you can do there as well. So event dot prevent default, and this is the information. Okay, that is what we can do. So I can copy this one here. Okay, and we can work on our this form data. Okay, so that is what we can do now. Now what I want to do here, just like I was creating this send data, I can get this send data here as well, and I will have user ID, I will have password, but this time, since I'm registering, so I will take one more variable, let's say address. I will take one more variable, let's say, oh, not like this. I will take an address here, address as a key value, where I will pass data dot get, and here I will take this address from the form as well. Okay, so these are the values I will take, and I will take them into send data. Now what I will do, I will simply register this person as a user. I will simply register this person as a user on my MongoDB when I will work on the API here. Okay, so just like we were working and creating the code for calling API, okay, and we were sending the data, the same thing I will try to do here as well. Okay, so I will copy this one and I will write this one here. So after creating my send data object, I will send my send data object on this API. Okay, and the API will return something like registration successful. Registration successful if it is successful here. Okay, so that is what basically all I will do here. Okay, and I can show this information to my client. Okay, so what we can do, if it is successful, if it is successful, then what I will do, inside my this create account component, I will create a const, and I will create a data comma update data, update data as a use state variable. So use state, I will create it as a use state variable, and this will be imported automatically as well. And here we can give a default value as null, so its default value will be null. Okay, but when the API is successfully called and I am successfully registered as a user, so the API will return this information, and when the API will return this information to this client again, then what I will do, I will simply update that value to our this data variable. So I will write this information, exactly this information. I will exactly write this information here, and I will show this information as a message. Okay, I will show this information as a message after this form. Okay, so after this form, what I can do, I can create a heading, and inside this heading I can directly write data. Okay, I can directly write data. So this data will have my value, and I will show this value on the client. So by default its value will be null, but when the API will successfully run and I will get registration successful, then this will happen, and this will be shown here. Okay, so that kind of mechanism I am trying to build on my create account page. Okay, so let's try to save this one. Okay, and go to our browser, and let's go to our login page. Okay, so on the login page now you have two links. See this link, I do not have an account or I am a shopkeeper. Let's use a break line before between them, so it will be shown in the next to each other. Okay, so after this ahref, you can use br tag. Okay, so that is what you can do here, like this. Now if I save this one, so now see, now both of them will be shown into next line. Now if the user will click on this button, I do not have an account, see they will go to this page, create account page. Now here they can give their information, and whatever information they will give, id, user id, password, and this value, and then click on register. So when the API will run successfully, and when the API will return registration successful, so see this message will be shown here. This message will be shown here. So that is one more page you can create on your client side. Okay, when the customer wants to register themselves as well. Okay, so that is what you can create here as well. Okay, so now since we have completed our client side, now let's try to build the server side. See, up until now I have developed all of these things. See, this is your client side. This my cart, home page, login page, app routes, admin login, admin. All of these things are the features for our client side. Okay, this is in our entire client side application. Now we have to develop this server side, this one. Okay, we have to develop this server side here, in which we have to make a server. Okay, which will have its roots. The roots will be connected with some kind of function, some kind of middleware, which will perform the operation that we wanted to be performed. Okay, with the help of MongoDB. So that is what we are going to do here in this section of the project. Okay, so we are going to build a server side here. Okay, now whenever you try to build a project, it is a good practice to develop front end and back end separately. Okay, so develop your front end, your client side separately into one folder. Okay, and try to build your back end at the other folder. Okay, remember this thing, because majority of time when you work in a company, and when a company try to build a project, a full stack project, then there is a separate team which develops front end, and there is a separate team that develops backend. Okay, and since the teams are different, the development teams are different for both front end and backend, that is why the project is also developed separately. Okay, so what I am going to do here is that inside my food delivery folder, okay, I have created this client which was my front end. Okay, now here I am going to create one more folder which will be my backend. Okay, this will be my backend here, where I will try to develop the server. Okay, so what I can give this one, let's say call this one, let's say server. Okay, so the above one is our client side application, this will be our server side application. Now when I will work on server side application, I will try to use command prompt. I will not use Visual Studio Code, so that we can have a clear idea that both of them are separate. Okay, so what I will do here, first of all I will right click here and I will open the terminal. I will try to work with the help of terminal when I will work on the server side. Okay, so on the server side, first of all you can make your project. So I can write npm -y init. Okay, that is what I can write, and I can press enter here. So see, this will be created here, our file. Now that means our this will be treated as our project. Okay, our server side project. Now what you can do here, you can install your important packages here. So what are the packages do I need? First of all, I have to make a server side application. So I need Express. So I will write npm install Express. Okay, I will install Express at the server side. That is the one thing I will do. So this will install Express here. Okay, now you can install other packages as well. Npm install Mongoose. So you need Mongoose because we want to connect with the database, right? So I will write Mongoose here so that we can connect with our online MongoDB database. So you can install Mongoose as well. Okay, when you are installing all these things, you can notice in the background that these folders and these files are being created here where all of our data will be available. Okay, then what you can do, you can install other packages as well. So npm install cors. This is needed for transfer of data between front end and back end. So this is what you can install as well, cors. Okay, and then you can also install uh, body parser. So npm install body parser. Okay, so these are the four packages I have installed in my server side. Let's clear the screen, CLS. So now we will work here and we will try to run our server side here. Okay, so first of all, you have to create a file here. First of all, you need one file here which you will treat as your JavaScript file. Okay, where we will run our JavaScript server. Okay, our Express server. So what I will do here, I will minimize this one, and here you can create a file. Now what I will do, first of all, I will basically open a notepad, and what I will do, I will save this file inside my this folder. So desktop, food delivery, and server. Okay, and here I will save this file as my, because this is my server, so you can give it any name here. Let me call this one as main.js. So this is a JavaScript file, that is why I'm writing JS and all files, and let's save this one. So now you can close this one and see this is a JavaScript file I have created in my server folder. The same you can do as well. Now I want to edit this file. And I want to run this file using the command prompt. Okay, so I will run the file using the command prompt, but I can edit the file with the help of my Visual Studio Code, the same Visual Studio Code. Okay, so for editing the file, I can use the Visual Studio Code, but for execution, I will use separate command prompt. So I will open this file. Okay, so this is main.js file created here. Now here we can write our JavaScript code for connecting with the database. Okay, now if you remember during the Mongoose tutorial, I have taught you in great detail that how can you do all these things, how can you connect with the MongoDB and with the help of Mongoose, and you can work on it. Okay, so the same thing we will try to do here as well, that we have this MongoDB website, right, where our database is available. Now here, if you click on this database, then this is the place where all of our database is available. You can click on this browse collection, and from this browse collection you can see what are databases and collections which are available for you. So for now I do not have any data here. Okay, this is a empty database here. Okay, and here we will try to create our DB. Here we will try to create our collections. We will try to store our data. Okay, so what I will do here, in this MongoDB, I will connect with this MongoDB with the help of Mongoose. So what I will do, I will open this MongoDB tutorial. Okay, and if you remember, see, this is what we have done previously. If I open this file here, my Mongoose, so you will be able to see these are all the things that we have done when we try to connect with our database and we try to work on our database. Okay, so this is what I will try to do. I will use this Mongoose here. I will use this Mongoose to connect with the Mongoose here. Okay, so that is first thing you can import here. The second thing you can import here is the Express server. So const express equals to require. Okay, and inside this one you can import express. So that is the second package you need here. Okay, so what I will do, after importing express here, what I will do now, I want to connect with my database. Okay, so this is my command for connecting with the database. If I copy this one and I can paste this one here, like this. Okay, and with the help of this one you will be able to connect with the database. Now here, after forward slash, at the place of this, you can write the database name that you want for your database. So here I can write, let's say, food delivery. Okay, so by the name of food delivery I will write this one here. That means I want to connect with this particular database. Okay, that is what I will do. Then what you can do, you can make your app with the help of express. So const app equals to express. Okay, like this. That is how you can make your express app here, like this. Okay, now after making your express app, what you can do, you can run your express app. So what I can do, I can make a app here for our express. So app.get, and here I will write forward slash, that is the first page here. Okay, and here I can write a function, and inside this one you can write request response. Okay, that is what you can write here. Then inside this one you can write whatever kind of code you want to write here. So here I can write response dot send, let's say something like hello world. Hello world. So a very simple express application I'm trying to build here. That is what you can do here as well. Then after this one, you can listen your server. You can start your server at the port number that you want to start on. So I will write app.listen, let's say port number 8000. Okay, that is what I will try to do here. If this code will run properly, if this code will run properly, then in the command prompt it will show me connected successfully. That is what it will do here. Okay, so if I try to save this program, main.js, okay, and in the command prompt, if I try to run this file, so node main.js, okay, that is what I can write, node main.js, to run my main file, express file on my node.js. So see, it is showing me connected successfully. Okay, now that means you will be able to connect with this food delivery database with the help of your Express.js application. Okay, so we are not going to run our Express.js application directly in our localhost. You can run, but we do not do it directly. We do not do it directly. Generally, we try to do that with the help of our client side. Okay, but you can run it directly. It will show like this. See, it will show you the answer, but we do not run our Express.js application because it is a server side application. So we do not run it directly into our browser. We try to run it with the help of our client side. Okay, so that is what we try to do. So what I have done here is basically I have simply connected with my MongoDB with the help of my Express.js application. Okay, so now what we can do, we can create our different kind of tables where we will try to store our different kind of data. Okay, so we will move in a particular order. Imagine you are on your application. Okay, your client side application. Imagine you are on your client side application. Then what is the first thing that you need? The first thing you need is the user ID and password, right? That is the first thing you need in your database. That is the first thing you need user ID and password by which the customer can log in into the system, right? So that is the first thing I am going to create here using this create account. With the help of this create account, see, with the help of this create account, I am taking user ID from the user, password from the user, address from the user, and I want to store these three informations from my client side to my server side, then into my Mongoose database. That is what I want to do here. Okay, so what you can do inside our Mongoose database, first of all we have to create a schema. We have to create one uh, kind of a table where we can store our data. So what I will do here, I will create const. Okay, const, let's say user details, const user details equals to new mongoose, the same thing which I taught you during mongodb tutorial. Okay, so new mongoose dot schema. Okay, and inside this one round brackets, and inside round brackets you can create a curly braces. Now inside the curly braces you can create your schema. Okay, so what I will do here, I will write, let's say, three key values: user id, it is a string, comma, password, which is also a string. Okay, and also address, which is also a string. So these three values I am trying to create here in our schema, this database. Okay, so that is what you can do here. So we will be able to create a user details uh, table into our database. So that is what we can do. Now for this one we have to create a variable by which we can insert data into this one. So let's say const details. By the name of details I am creating a variable mongoose dot model. Okay, and into model you can give a table name, what table name you want. So my table name is, let's say, user details. My table name is user details. That will be the name of my table, or you can say the name of your uh, the the collection where you want to store your data. Okay, and then user details, this user details. See, that is how I am creating my first collection. Okay, collection means table. Simply collection means table. I am making a collection. This is my collection. This is my collection where I want to store my data, and I will store data into this one with the help of this details parameter. Okay, now what I will do, I want to create a function which will do all these things. I want to create a function which will do all these things, which will add data into our database. Okay, so what we can do, I will create a path here. See very carefully, I will create a path which will receive data from the client side. From the client side I want to send these data. I want to send this user id, password and address which user wants to register. Okay, and I want to take these values into my backend. Then in the backend I want to store those values into my database. So what I will do, I will create a post route. I post route because I am trying to receive some data. Okay, so I will create a post route, let's say by the name of / create account. Okay, so by the name of create account I have created a path. Okay, and on this path you can create a function. So arrow function, let's try to create which will be request and response. Okay, and arrow function like this and like this. Okay, so this will be my function which will actually perform my operation. So what is the operation I want to perform? I want to insert data into this details, into this collection, into this user details collection. I want to insert data. So I have this details here, and details dot create. So you can call this create here and as a function. Now inside this function you can write these curly braces, and inside these curly braces you can pass your data that you are receiving here. Okay, so what I will do, I will call this user id. See the same variables, I will call these three variables here. I will call these three here as well inside this create. So user id, password and address. Now in user id I want to pass the user id which is given by user. So please remember, when the user will give some data, when the user will give this data to our server side, so the data will be available in this response. The data will be available in this request. So what you can do, after user id you can call like this. So request dot body. So request dot body means this entire send data. Request dot body means this entire data. Now after inside this one, I only want to access this user ID. So request dot body dot user ID. Okay, the same you can do for password and those as well. So the same I will do for this one, and the same I will do for this one. So request dot body dot from create account, I can have this password. See, this is the password key value that I will receive here. So here you can write password, and here I can write, let's say, address. Okay, so this address, see, this address I am trying to pass here. Okay, so these three values will be passed into my details here. Okay, and then after that, if you have some kind of error, or if you want to show that whether data is successfully given or not, then what you can do, you can show some kind of error as well. Okay, so what I will do, here is that if this is successfully run, then I will run this, then I will run this, then. So inside this, then let me make a arrow function like this. Okay, and when this is successfully executed, please see, when the data is successfully added, I will send something from here. What I will send something from here? In the create account, I want to receive what? See, create code for calling API, and API will return registration successful, right? So the API should return this information if the registration is successful. So what I will do here, I will call response dot JSON. That is what we will send. That is what we will send. So what I will try to send from this one, I will try to send some information. Let's say MESG, okay, message, and I will write colon, and here I will write registration successful. See, the same thing which I want my API to return, I will return these things from here. So registration successful. Okay, so this is the message I will return if this is successfully executed. But what if it is not successfully executed? If it is not successfully executed, then I will run this catch. Okay, and inside the catch as well, I will take the error into the arrow function. This arrow function will have my error, and from here I will also return response.json, and the same message like this one, same message I will write here. Okay, and here I will write some error occurred. Here I will write some error occurred. Okay, so that is what you can do here. That is how we can make our registration function here. See, this is my server side program. This is my server side program. Okay, which I have created, inside which I am taking some data from the user, and I am adding that data into our MongoDB. Okay, so what I will do, since I have made some changes into my main.js file, so what I will do, I will stop my Node.js server. You should stop your Node.js servers whenever you make anything changes into Express. It is not like React. See, this node is not like React. This you have to run this again and again. Okay, so when you make some changes, run this again. So now it is running again. We are once again connected successfully. Now what you can do? Now what we can do? We can start our main server as well, and into main server, from this create account, we can write the code for API for sending the data and getting registration successful. Now we are going to write client side code so that we can connect with this post, and we can send some data here so that that data will be added into the database and we can get registration successful. That is what we are trying to do. So here at the place of this API calling, let's try to create our code. So what is the code? What is the code I want to create when I want to create an account? Okay, so if you remember, I taught you the same things during API as well, that whenever you want to make some kind of API request, whenever you want to make any kind of API request and you want to, let's say, send some data, then what you can do, you can simply call and you can simply use this fetch function. See, this fetch function is available for you whenever you want to send your data. So I want to send my data where? I want to send my data at this local server. Okay, my Express server is running locally as well. So here I will write http colon, double forward slash localhost localhost colon 8000. 8000 is the port number at which my Express application is running. Now, on this Express application, I want to connect with a particular route. What is the particular route? This is my particular route. See, this is the particular route by which I want to connect. So here I will write this thing. Okay. So http colon double forward slash localhost colon 8000 forward slash create account. Okay. So at this particular route, what I want to do, I want to send some data. So in order to send some data, I will write comma here, and after comma here I will write curly braces, and inside the curly braces, first of all, you have to write method. So what is the method you are using? So I am using a post method, so I will write post here. Okay, then I will write the body method. Okay, that what is the data I want to send. So body, so whenever we try to send data on internet from backend, from front end to backend, then we use JSON. See, when I'm sending, when I'm returning some data, I'm also using JSON, and when I want to send some data, I will also use JSON. So JSON dot stringify, and inside the stringify you can simply pass your data. So I want to send this data. See, this is my entire object I want to send, so I will write here send data. Okay, that is the body part I want to send in this one. Now after this body part, you can also specify the headers as well. So headers colon, I will again make a dictionary, and here I will write content type, content type. Okay, and colon application, application slash JSON. So I want to send some JSON data. That is why specifying this is important. What kind of data am I sending? I have to specify that thing into the header of my entire data. See, this entire thing will be sent. This entire thing, this entire thing will be sent from my client side to the server side. In that, I have to specify the method, what method I'm using, post method. I have to specify the header, what type of data I'm sending, and then I have to send my entire data. So I will send this send data to my backend. Okay, that is what I'm trying to do. This is how I'm using this fetch function. Now, once again, we have to use then and catch here. See, if this is successfully executed, then what I want to do, if this is successfully executed, then what I will do, I will receive some data. I will receive some data. Okay, so maybe let's say the data which I am receiving, the data which I am receiving, let's say into response variable. So into this res variable, I want to receive my data. So let's make it as an arrow function. That means in this res, I got my data. Now I will call res.json. So I am calling a promise here JSON, which means basically that if the data is in JSON form, see, your response can be available in any form. So if your data is available in JSON form, I will receive that data. I have taught you this as well. I have taught you all these things during backend as well. So that is what you can do. So that is why I will call one more then here, because I have one more promise. I have called JSON here, which is one more promise. That is why I will write then here, and inside this then I will write D. So I am taking a D variable. This D variable will have my final data. So D, and here I will write equals to, and this like this, and here what I will do, see this update data, this thing I want to perform, this thing what I want to perform. So whatever I am receiving from my user, I will update that to my this state variable. Okay, now I do not need this. Now I do not need this. Okay, see what I am trying to do, I am sending some data to my this route. Okay, to this URL I am sending some data. Now when this is successfully done on the server side, I will receive this data. Okay, and I will try to insert that data into our database. Now if this is successfully executed, then I will response a JSON. So this JSON, this entire entire response, this entire response will be available in this res variable. Now I will try to extract JSON from it. I will try to extract JSON from it. So if your data is in JSON form, then this will run. And that is true. That is true because our data is in JSON form. That is why our data will be available here. And I will update that to D variable. I will update that to D variable, and then I will write dot catch function. I will call this catch function, and to this catch I will show the error. If there is any error, If there is any error, then I will show the error with the help of arrow function as well. So I will write here console.log, console.log, and I will write error. Okay, so that is what you can do here. This is how you can create API. See, that is how you are creating this API for creating the account, and that is your main side here. Okay, now let's save this one. Now what you can do, if you come to server side again, okay, then there are some other things you can add as well, because when you are working between client side and server side, so using this is also important. So const course, CORS, equals to require. Okay, I imported this package as well, so you have to use these packages as well. CORS, this is needed whenever you want to send data between backend and front end. Okay, and then what you can do inside your app, whenever you are creating your app, okay, here you can add some middlewares. After this one, you can add some middlewares here as well. So app dot use, and here I can write CORS like this. Okay, that is one thing you can do. And there are some other things you can add as well. App dot use, okay, express dot URL encoded. Okay, and inside this one you can write curly braces, extended colon true. That is other thing you can add here. Okay, and after this one there are some more things that you can add as well. Okay, one more thing which is called body parser. So body parser is also needed here. So let's say const body parser, okay, equals to require, and here let's say body parser. Okay, so that is what I will try to load here as well, and you can integrate this in your app as well. So app dot use, and here you can specify body parser. So body parser dot json, and as a round brackets. Okay, so these things you can add in your express application as well. These are also important. You should add these things. Okay, so that is what you can do here. Now since I have saved my server, so I have to stop my server again, and I have to run my server again. So my server is executed again. Now what we can do, now in your create account, since we are receiving our data, since the data that we are receiving as a MESG, so what we can do in our create account, here what you can do, after data you can write .mesg as well. Okay, because our data is now available in a key format, so you have to write your object name .key name. Okay, that is what you can do as well. Save your file, and let's run here npm run dev. Okay, that is what I will try to do here. Now if I go to my MongoDB here, if my browser, and I try to access my client side. So client side application you access on your browser, but you never access server side on the browser. Okay, so let's try to go to localhost. Okay, and from the localhost, since I do not have an account, so I will go to I do not have an account, and here you can create an account. So what I will do, I will create some account. Let's say Abhinav at the rate let's say Abhinav 122 at the rate Abhinav pizza.com. Okay, something like that. You can write your ID, whatever ID you want to write, and you can write any password here. So let me write any random password, and let me write address. Let's say Bandra, Mumbai. Let's say that is my address. Okay, that is what you can do. You can open the console at the same time as well in case some error occur. Okay, now if I click on this register button, it should work, and our data should be added into the database. Okay, so what you can do, you can click on this register button. See, it is showing me registration successful. That means my API is successfully executed. From the API I got this message. That means my data is now added into the MongoDB. Now in the MongoDB, if you simply refresh here, see what you will see. You will see your food delivery database. Inside food delivery database, you will see your first table, user details, and inside this user details table, see my data is available. That is how you are able to add your data into this database. Okay, so that is how you have created your first feature. See, this is how you have created your first feature. You can write some other data as well. Let's say if I will write, let's say Mira 567 and like this, and let me change the password something like this, and let's say something like Kolkata. Okay, something like that I will write. And once again, if I click on register button, see, once again it is registration successful. Now what I can do, once again I can refresh here, and you will be able to see one more data account is created. You will be see, now we have two users. We have our first user and we have our second user. Okay, so that is what you can do. This is how you can connect your client side and server side. On the client side, we have our website, our food delivery app, where user can create the account, and the client side is then connecting. The client side is sending the data. The client side is sending the data to our server side, and on the server side I have this function which is basically performing all of our operation. Okay, so whenever you want to perform some operation, where we perform the operation, we perform the operation on the server side. We never perform big data processing on the client side. We perform data processing on the server side. Okay, that is why we needed these kind of functions where we can perform all of our operation, because client side will run on customer's computer, but server side will run on the servers. Okay, that is why this is important here. Okay, so this is how you can create your first feature by which we are able to create the account. Okay, that is your first feature. Okay, now we can continue and we can make other features for our client side as well. Okay, so what we will do, this is our create account. Now from here user can create their account. Okay, and from there they can go to the home page. Okay, they can again go to the home page. Then from the home page they will be able to log in there. So now we have to make login page. Now we have to make login page. Okay, but what we can do inside our create account, you can add a link here as well. A link here, ahref equals to our home page. For our home page I am adding a link here. Okay, so let's say go to home page. So that is the link I am adding on my create account, so that the user can go to account again. So let's go to, I do not have an account. Now when the user will create the account here, it will show registration successful. Then they can click on this button again, go to home page, and see, they will come back to this home page here. Okay, that is what they can do here. Now I want to make this login page for our customers, that the customers can give their ID and password, and if they have given correct ID and password, then I want to make them login. Okay, that is what I want to do here. So let's go to our program and let's see what is the logic I should make. See, inside our login.jsx, what is the logic I have created? The logic I have created is that by default the global variable user will have a false value. That means user is not logged in. Now when this value is false and they go to our home page directly, they wants to go to our home page directly, then this condition will not run because user value is false, and directly this else part will run, you are not logged in. But if they are on the login page and they give correct ID and password, yeah, if they give correct ID and password, okay, then I will run this function, right? I'm running this function. I am getting the data from the form. Now I simply wants to send this data to our uh, server side again, and I want to receive something from here. What I want to receive from there? I want to receive user ID and I want to receive user address. These are the things I want to receive. So what I will do, whatever I did for create account, the same thing I will do there as well. Okay, so we can create our main.js. Okay, and in main.js we can create another post here for checking the login. See, this is our one route for creating the account. Now I will create another post here, okay, with let's say /check login. So by the name of check login, I am creating another route here, request response arrow function, and like this arrow function, and this here. Okay, now here I will try to check whether user ID are and password are correct or not. So what I will do, first of all, here at the function at the server side, I will take a variable, let's say uid equals to, once again, request.body and dot value. So what is the value I am receiving from the login side? See, from the login side this time I am receiving user ID. Just like in create account, I was receiving these values, in the same way I am receiving these values here as well. But this time I am checking. This time I am checking that whether it is properly working or not. So in UID variable, I will have user ID. Okay, here, and I will have another variable. Let's say const pwd, which is for password. Pwd equals to request.body.password. This time only these two values. This time only these two values I am receiving from my client. Okay, and I want to check whether the login is successful or not. Okay, so for that you can make some logic as well. For that we can make some logic as well. So just like we created the login form previously, the same thing we can do here as well. Okay, so from our MongoDB tutorial, if I open this my website, if you remember, in my website, we created our check login. See, this is the code we created for our check login, that I can call my details. Okay, find one, user ID. See, I have taught you this entire procedure, that how can you send something from here. Okay, so I can copy this one from here. Okay, I can copy this one from here, and I can paste this one here like this. So see very carefully. I am once again calling my table, my collection details, and I am trying to find this user ID. See, I am trying to find this user ID. Now, if I successfully find this user ID, then this part will run. Otherwise, this part will run error. Okay, so at the place of error, what you can show, you can simply show error here. But at this place, if this is run properly, if this will run properly, then what I will do, I will receive the data into my data variable. That means in my data variable I will have all of my data. Now if my data has all of my data here, then I am comparing password with my data dot password. It is not user password, it is password. You can check in the MongoDB. In the MongoDB, in the table, see the key value is password. The key value is user ID and password. That is what I am comparing with. That is what I am comparing with. First of all, I am finding the ID. If I find the ID, then that particular ID with data will be available in my data variable. Now, if the my data has some value, then I will compare with password. So if this pwd is equals to password, I will not run next, but I will simply call response dot json. I will call the json again. So I will call the json again, and when I will call the json, I will return some data. Okay, so response dot json. Okay, and into this json I will try to send some data. So what is the data I will try to send? I will send a json data in which I will have user id colon my data dot user id. Okay, and then address is important. Because with the help of this address, I will send the data. Okay, so my data dot address. So that is the value I am sending from here, if the password and ID both are correct. If the ID and password are not correct, then I will simply send false from here. Okay, I will simply send false from here, or you do not even have to send a JSON file. In this particular case, you can directly send false. So I will directly send false from here. Okay, that is what I will do, and the same I will do here as well. In this else as well. This else means that I was not able to find the ID. See, if I was able to find the ID, this if part will run. Okay, I will compare with the password. But if I do not find the ID, then I will also send false. Okay, so that is what I will do. And if the password is also not correct, then I will also send false here. Okay, so this data will be sent from here. That is my code for check login. So let's stop the server and let's run the server again. Now this time what I will do, when someone will ask for this URL. Okay, so for example, in let's say login, okay, in login, let me copy this code. This fetch function from here, and let me paste this one here. From the create account, I am pasting this one here. See what is happening. I am calling fetch function, but not for create account this time. This time I am calling for check login. Okay. For check login, see, for this check login URL, I am calling. Okay. And I am sending once again this send data, which will have my ID and password. Right. That data I am sending. So this will be same. This will be same. Then in the response, I am receiving some response. Right. I am receiving some response in the form of this response dot JSON file. Okay. So if I have some JSON data, then that value will be available into D variable. That value will be available into D variable. Now, if that value is available into D, what I will try to do here, add this D here. So if this D has some value, if this D have some value, then I will not update data directly, but this time I will call a curly braces. Okay, I will call a curly braces here, and inside the curly braces I will try to write some condition here. Okay, I will try to write some condition, maybe something like if. Okay, and here I can pass let's say D. So if the D has some value, then what I will do inside this if condition, I will call this result. I will call this result. Actually, these three values. I will call these three values when the condition is true. See, if I receive some data as JSON, then this D value will be true. If this D value will be true, I will create my const result. I will set the result value to user. Okay. So at the place of user ID, you can set the user ID. Whatever is the user ID, you can set that particular user ID. So D dot user ID. D dot user ID. Then address I will also receive from server as well. So D dot address, D dot address, D dot address. But the order ID value default will be no order ID. I will not change this one. I will not change this one. This one will remain the same, and I will set that to result, and I will navigate to the home page. Okay, that is what I will try to do here. Okay, and if that is not true, I can simply show incorrect ID or password. Okay, that is what you can do. So here I can take another variable, let's say const, as a list. Okay, and into this list I will take, let's say, a variable, let's say another variable I will try to take, let's say k and comma update k and equals to use state. Okay, so I will try to use state here. Okay, and its default value will be null. Its default value will be null, and I will try to show this k value here. I will try to show this k value here, let's say h3 tag and curly braces, and let's say k. I will show this k value. Now what I am going to do with this k value, see, if the user has not given correct ID or password, okay, that means if this value is not true, if this value is not true, then I will run this else part. I will run this else part, and inside this else part I will call update k, and I will update the k value as incorrect ID or password. Incorrect ID or password. Okay, that is what I will try to show on this k particular value, on this k particular value, if this is not correct. Okay, that is what I am trying to do. This is my logic for the login form. Okay, so let's try to save this one. Let's try to save this one, and let's try to see how it will work here, how it will run here. Okay, so let me remove these lines. Yes, now we do not need these lines here, so let me remove these lines. Okay, let me save the program again. So that is what you can do. This is our code for working on this particular value. Now if we go to our React application again, let's refresh this one time. Okay, now if I give incorrect ID and incorrect password, okay, click on login button. See what is showing me. It is showing me incorrect ID or password. That is what I have set it here, because the value is false. See, when from the server, when ID and password are not correct, then what I'm sending, I'm simply sending false. So this false is inside this D variable. This D variable has false value. Now if this D variable has false value, that means I do not have to do anything. I simply have to show incorrect ID or password. But what I can do from the database, if I give correct ID, okay, if I give correct ID and correct password, correct password, and if I click on login button, so what will happen? See, it will send me to home page with the ID, and see the password, the address is also available. See, I was able to receive this data. Bandra Mumbai, I was able to receive this data from my MongoDB with the help of my Node.js server with my Express.js server. See, that is what you can do. That is how you can create your login form. Okay, so now let's continue, and now let's try to work on this pizza order. Okay, that if the user will give some kind of pizza values here, so I want to work on them as well. Okay, so this is the kind of a bill we have created. Now we have to store this bill information in the MongoDB so that our shopkeeper can also see the bill, and they can see that they have to send one cheese and corn pizza, one capsicum pizza, one margherita pizza, one onion pizza. They have to deliver total 4 pizza to the customer each. Okay, that is what they can do. Okay, so this is what is possible here. This is what we want to make here. So what I can do now, we can once again go to our main.js file, and now we can create the third route. See, our first route is for creating the account, our second route is for checking the login. We have done that. Now third route is for our third route is for the placing the order. So app.post forward slash place order. So by the name of place order, I will create this route, and I will create arrow function. So request response arrow function like this, and inside this one we can work on placing the order as well. So what we need for placing the order, I need a new table. See, for placing the order, now I need a new table, a new collection. Just like I was working on user details, we are able to make our two features, creating the account and checking the login, with the help of this table. But for other features, we need other table here. Okay, we need other tables for other features here. So what we can do now, I can create another table. Let's say const order details. Order details. So by the name of order details, I will create one more table, order details. Okay, and equals to mongoose new mongoose dot schema. I will create a new schema here. Okay, and with the help of this schema, what I will do, I will create some values inside it. So for example, who ordered the pizza, their user ID. So user ID colon string. That is the one thing I will try to do here. Okay, then right equals to here actually. Okay, like this. Okay, comma. Then what is the second value I need? See, you have to store all of these values: user ID, cheese and corn, capsicum, margherita, onion. All of these things you have to store the total amount as well. You need all of these values. Okay, so if I do something like this, let's try to use them. So cheese and corn actually. Okay, so that is all we need here. So I will create another one, another key value. So cheese and corn. This is what this can be. This is a number. Okay, this is a number. So you can store numerical value here. So number. Okay, and then what I can do, I can store other information as well. So after cheese and corn, I can store capsicum, margherita, onion. So capsicum number, okay, comma margherita number, comma onion, okay, colon number. That is also a number. Okay, then I have to store some more information. After onion, I have to store the total amount, the bill amount as well, total amount. So total amount, these are the key values I will have available where I want to store the data. So total amount colon number. So that is what I will store here as well. This will be my data base. This will be my collection, my table, okay, which will have all of these columns. So I will have total 6 columns from here where I want to store my data. This order details. Now into this order details, for this order details we can create a variable like this one as well. Okay, so let me copy this one and let me paste it again. This time o details. See, this time I'm creating a variable, let's say by the name of o details, order details, mongoose model, making a model for this one, and the table name will be order details. Order details will be the table name, and here I will write order details. So order details. That is what you can do here. This is how you can create another variable for your order details here. That is what you can do. Now I will use this order details inside this place order function, this middleware, where we will try to place the order for our client. Okay, so if the user has placed the order, then I want to store those values into my database. So what I will do, I will call this o details dot create, okay, round brackets and curly braces. Now inside the curly braces you have to pass all of this information, all of these key values. So let's copy all these key values, okay, and let me paste them here in the order details. Now this time what I want to do, this time I want to store the values given by my user. Okay, so please assume that from the mycard.jsx, assume from the mycard.jsx, okay, I am sending this data. See, here is the code for API where we will try to send this data. So what is the data I want to send? I want to send all the data which is available inside my user object. Okay, that is all I want to send here. Those are all the things I want to send here. So inside my main.js file, I am receiving the data here. So here I can once again receive the data. So request dot body dot user id. Okay, so user id. So I will receive user id here. Then the second value I have to receive is cheese and corn information. So request dot body dot let's say cheese and corn. So cheese and corn. That is what you can do here as well. You can check in the login.jsx as well. See, if you try to see here, this is all the data I am trying to okay, from home.jsx. From the home.jsx you can check here. See, these are all the information I am trying to send: cheese and corn, capsicum, margarita, onion, address, total amount. So the same I have to do here as well. Okay, so request.body cheese and corn. Okay, the same I can do for this one, for this one, for this one, and for this one. Okay, then after this one you can write the key value. So after cheese and corn I have capsicum, so I will write in main.js, I will write capsicum. After cheese and corn, capsicum. Then margarita, for margarita. See, I am trying to add all those values into our this database. That is what I am trying to do here. Okay, then onion, so I can store onion information. Okay, yes, one more variable we need, that is called address. We need address as well. We need this address as well. So I have to create one more key value here after onion, that is address, which is also a number, which can be a text, so it can be a string. Okay, so a string here, that is what I can do here. So the string here, now inside string we can store our string data. So after this one I can have address colon request dot body dot address. Okay, that is how you are receiving user's address as well. Then the total amount, so this total amount I will pass request dot body dot total amount. That is how you can add this data. Now after adding this data, we can once again call this dot then and dot catch. So if the data is successfully added, if the data is successfully added, then I will send this message. Okay, then I will send this message from here. So what is the message I will send? See, when the order is successfully placed, when the order is successfully placed, if you go to your my cart, we have here is the code for API where user will send data to be stored in database. Okay, and we will receive order ID. So I have to receive the order ID given by the data. Okay, so in this, then what you can call dot, then in the dot, then you can call here data. You can call here data. So this data will be the entire data which you are actually sending. See, this entire data which you are sending, you can receive that data back here. Okay, dot data, and into this one you can call response.json, and you can send the order ID. See, I want to send the order ID from my server. So order ID, okay, and colon data dot underscore id underscore id, and dot to string to string. See, I am converting my data into a string. Okay, and I am sending the data back to our user. Okay, and here I will write uh, order did not placed, order did not placed, please try again later, please try again. Okay, so that is what I will try to show here if the order is not properly placed here. So that is what you can do here. Okay, and that is how we can place the order as well. So I will save this main.js in which I am working on this order details now, a new table. Okay, and let's stop the server. Let's run the server again. Okay, and this time what I will try to do, this time I am trying to placing the order. So for placing the order, I will work on this my cart. I will work on this my cart here, and here I will try to write the code for placing the order. Okay, so once again I will open this page, which page here, create account page. So from the create account, I have this fetch function. So I will use this fetch function, and I will call this one here inside my cart here. See, in the place order function, I will call my this fetch function here. Okay, and in this fetch function, instead of create account root, I will go to place order root. Place order root. See, that is the root I have created. This is the root I have created. So I will send my data to this place order, the same data. So what is the data I will send? I will send this user data, because this user will have all of my information. So instead of send data, I will write user, and I am trying to send this user data at this particular place order. Now if I will receive some data, when I will receive some data from the JSON file after sending the data to my URL, I will receive some data into res. Now when this will be true, I will not call this update JSON, and I will make a curly braces, and inside these curly braces I will try to make the result. See this line, see these lines are all I need. So I will copy this one, I will paste this one here. Okay, so that is what I will try to do. Okay, so user ID will be user ID. Okay, and the address will be user address, but order ID I will receive from the API. So from this D variable, so D dot, and I will receive this value. What value I will receive? I will receive this order ID. This order ID. Okay, so I can write D dot order ID, and that is the data I will send to our page, and we will navigate back to our home page. So that is what I will try to do here. So this is my code for placing the order. This is my code for placing the order. Now, if I go back here, okay, and if I try to log in here, if I try to log in again, so let's say with the help of ID and password. Okay, let's say with the help of this ID. This time let's use this ID here. Okay, and let's say this password. Oh, 1 second. Okay, here, and if I click on login, see, I am successfully logged in. I have this ID here, and my data will be delivered to Kolkata. Now I want to place an order. So what I will do, let's say I want 2 cheese and corn pizza. no capsicum pizza. I want, let's say, one margherita pizza and let's say three onion pizza. Okay, so this is the order I want to place here. Now if I click on this add pizza button, so my data will be shown here with the total amount and all these things. Now if I click on this place order button, see, I come back here. See, I come back on my home page, and on the home page I have this number. So what is this number? This number I received from MongoDB. This number I received from my server side, from my MongoDB, because at this particular ID my order has been placed. So if I go to MongoDB and if you try to refresh your entire Mongo database, so now you will see one more collection inside the MongoDB. See, by the name of order details. And inside the order details, if you will try to check, you will have all of your values. See, I have ID, object ID, which I just showed you on the this one 658A, 658A, the same one 658A. You have user ID, you have cheese and corn. How many cheese and corn they want? They want 2 cheese and corn. They want 0 capsicum. They want 1 margarita. They want 3 onion. The address is Kolkata. The total amount is 665, and that's it. See, that is how you can place the order as well. That is how you can place the order, and you can store that data into this database. Okay, so that is what you can do here as well. Okay, so now let's continue, and now let's try to build the server side for our admin. Okay, so what we have already developed, we have developed this one create account feature, okay, by which our customer can create an account. Then we have also created this check login feature on our server side as well, so that user can check their ID and password and they can successfully authorize. Then we have created this place order as well, so that our customer can place a particular order. Now what we can do, now we can create a new table. We will create a third table. Here we have two tables already, user details and order details, and we will create one more table just like this one, user details. Just like user details, I will create one more table, okay, which will be for our admin. Okay, so after this I can paste this again, and this time at the place of user details, let's take it as admin details. So for admin, I will store the data into a different table. So admin details equals to like this, and inside this admin details I only need user ID, I only need password. I do not need the address for our admin. Okay, we needed the address for our user, for our customer, because we have to deliver the pizza to their address. That is why we needed address, but we do not need address inside admin details. Then you can make a model like this one. You can make a model as well. So I can copy this one, okay, and I can paste here, and here I can take, let's say, a details. So I will take another variable a details for our admin, okay, and here I can write admin details, admin details, and here I will write admin details as well. Okay, so I will store data into this admin details table with the help of this a details variable. Okay, that is what I will try to do. Now I will try to create another path. I will try to create another path. At this path, the admin can come up and they can log in themselves. Okay, so what I will do, I will create app dot post. Okay, and inside this one I will write forward slash, and I will write admin login. Okay, so this will be my URL for admin login. Let's create a arrow function like this. Okay, and you can take request and response here. So request and response. Okay, and inside this one you can do the same procedure. The same procedure we did here, the same procedure we can do here there as well, but instead of working on our user details, I will work on admin details. Okay, that is what I will try to do. So I can copy this entire code. Your entire code will be same. Okay, your entire code will be same. So I will copy this code, and I will paste this code here. Okay, I'll paste this code here. That is what I can do here. Now here, once again, inside my this body user ID I will get, and I will get the password from our user. Okay, these are the values I can receive. Then instead of comparing from the details table, this time I will not compare from details table, I will compare from a details table. Okay, because a details table will be my table. This a details table, one second here, this a details table will be the table where my data will be available. Okay, so that is what I will try to do here. I will make the comparison here, okay, with this one. And when the user we will be able to find the user id, and we will be able to find the password. Then from here I will not return any kind of address. Okay, I'm not returning any kind of address. I will simply return here a message, and I can return something like MESG. This will be my key value, and MESG colon, let's say login successful. That is what I will return from here when the admin will successfully log in from here. Okay, that is what I will want to do here. Now I need this admin table, and I need some data inside this admin table, right? That is what I will do. So for admin table, since we haven't created any registration page, right? If you want to create any kind of registration page, see, just like we created a registration page for our create account for this one, you can do the same for our admin as well. Okay, but I am not doing that. I am not doing that. For admin, what we can do, we can manually add some data into our MongoDB. Okay, because admin is not something we will add every day, right? Every day we will have new customers. We will have new customers. That is why this create account feature is needed for our customers, because every day new customers will come and will create their account. But that is not the same for our shopkeeper. Shopkeeper will be a single. We will only have a single shopkeeper here. Okay, that is why I am not creating this value again. Okay, so what I will do here, I will create this value manually. Okay, I am creating this value manually. How? I will write here a details. Okay, I will write here a details, and I will manually write some data. Okay, so for example, user id colon, you can write any user id here. So for example, let's say shopkeeper 12 at the rate mypizza.com. Okay, that is what I am trying to do. This will be my user id, and this will be my password here. So password will be admin shop pizza. Okay, that will be the password. Then I do not need this value here, so I will remove it for a little while. For a little while I am removing this value from here, because I want to manually add some data into my create account. Okay, so I will save this main file. I will save this main file, and I will open this main file from my computer. So food delivery, and this server, and this is the main file. So here I will try to open the terminal, and I will try to run this main file. So node main.js. Okay, I will run my main file here. So my main file will run. Okay, now I am manually adding some data, but you can create a feature as well. Just like I created a feature for our customer, you can create the feature for admin as well. The reason why I am not creating this feature, because it is not needed. Okay, because we see, daily we need daily we will have new customers who wants to create their account. That is why create account feature is needed for customers, but not for shopkeeper. Not every day we will have new shopkeeper will be some limited one. Okay, that is why I will access this value directly. So localhost colon 8000 forward slash create account. See, I am trying to access this URL directly. Okay, so if I run this URL, then the data will be sent. But one thing you can do here, actually, I remember, actually this time we are only getting the data. So I will simply call app.get. Okay, so I am for a meantime I am converting this into a get method, so that this will run, and this data will be sent to my this create account. Okay, so let's save our program. Okay, one more time, and let's stop the server. Let's run the server one more time. Now what I will do, if I will try to run this URL on my browser, see, I am getting this message, registration successful. That means I am able to create a table, and inside our table our admin has been created. So I am creating admin manually, but but you can create some features for it as well. Okay, so that is what you can do here. Let me log in to our MongoDB so that I can show you the data that our data is available here. Okay, so now I am login. Now I can go to this database section. Okay, and from this database section, what I can do, I can go to this browse collection section, and now in this browse collection section you will see my third table. See, my third table admin details is also available here, which I have just now created, which will only have two key values, this user ID and password. Now I will only compare with this user ID and password when admin wants to log in. Okay, that is what I have done with the help of this create account feature. Okay, now what I can do, I will revert it back to normal. See, I only created this code so I can manually add this shopkeeper admin into our database. But if you want to create a feature, you can call your post method and you can do that with the help of client side as well. Okay, so I am replacing it back to its original one like this. See, this was our original post method, which was creating the account for the user, for the customer, but I use this one for a meantime for creating the admin, because admin is not something we do not create every day, right? So that is why I created admin with this way. So now I have one admin here. Okay, now we can check the admin with the help of this code here. Okay, so what I can do, once again, in a details table, I will try to find the user ID. If I find the user ID, then this my data condition will be true. Then I will compare password. If password is also true, then I will return login successful from here. Okay, so that is the route I have created. Now what we can do, in our client side we can create the page for our admin. Okay, so what I can do, I can close this my cart, I can close this create account here. Okay, and I can directly open this file admin login.jsx. Okay, because in admin login.jsx we are doing the same as login.jsx. Just like in login.jsx, we are sending user ID and password to check our user ID and password. The same I am doing for admin login as well. See, I am sending this user ID and password. And now what you can do, at the place of this one, at the place of this one, you can pass this code from login.jsx. Okay, so from this one login.jsx, this code will be entirely same. See, this code will be same. So you can copy this code from here. You can copy this code from here and you can paste this code at the place of this place. See, at the place of, you can paste this one. Okay, so this is what will happen. That means we want to go to this URL, not this URL. This time we do not want to go to this URL at the place of check login. Now this time I want to go to this URL, admin login, right? This is the URL I want to go. So at the place of this one, I will write admin login. That is the first thing I will do. Then I want to go to this URL. I want to send my ID and password. These are the ID and password I want to send. Okay, and then from here I will receive something. Now I will receive the value into D variable. So what is the value I will receive in D? I will receive this. If the login is successful, then I will receive this entire object into D variable. That means this if condition will be true. Now when this if condition will be true, what I will do, I will navigate to another page. But this time I do not need this no order yet. This is what we needed for the customer, but I do not need this for our admin. So I will remove this one. Okay, and if you want to set something to the user, then you can set something to user as well. Otherwise this is also not necessary. So I will set D to the user. Okay, then I will navigate to our admin page. This time I will not go to home page, I will go to admin page. That is why I am writing admin URL. Okay, this is the admin URL. This is the admin URL I want to navigate to when I am going to this page here. Okay, as I was doing here. See, just like I was doing outside, the same thing I will do here as well. Now let's remove these three lines. That is what you can do. Okay, also we can do one more thing here. Okay, what we can do, we can create a use state here. Okay, so that we can show incorrect ID or password. Okay, so what I will do, from the login.jsx, from the login.jsx, I will copy this URL from here. Okay, and I will paste the URL here. Okay, now since I have to import this use state as well, so I will write use state like this. So this use state will also be imported here. Please make sure whenever you copy some code from one place to another, please make sure that you write things like this. Okay, that is what you can do. And then what I can do, then this value will be updated to k, right? So if the id and password are not correct, if the id and password is not correct, then this d will be false, and then this part will run. I will update to k this incorrect id or password, and I can show the k value on the html page. On my html page I can show this k value. Okay, that is what I can do. So on admin login here I can show this value, incorrect id or password. Okay, so if the user has not successfully logged in, then that is what I will try to do inside this get data function. Okay, so that is what you can do here. This is how you can work here. Now what you can do, you can save your program, and after saving your program you can run npm run dev. That means your server will start. Okay, and now you can work on your client side server. So in the browser I will open a new tab, and here I will write localhost colon 5173, and I will go to the home page here. This is the home page where my customer will log in. But this time I am a shopkeeper, so I will click on this link. I am a shopkeeper, and I will come to this page. Now here, if I give incorrect ID and if I give incorrect password and I click on login button, so what will happen? It will show me incorrect ID or password. Okay, but let's say if I give correct ID, let's say this is my correct ID. Okay, and let's say this is my password like this. Now if I click on login button, see, it will take me to shopkeeper page. See, it will take me shopkeeper page. That is how you can create the admin login. Okay, that is how you are successfully able to create the admin login, because with the help of this admin login IDs and password, we are able to login for our admin as well. Okay, that is what you can do. Now we can load our data here, and we can show the data in these tables. If you remember, I created this table. I created this table based on the data, based on how your data will be stored here. See, just like your data is stored here in the MongoDB, according to that I created this table here. Okay, so if you go to your admin page, now we can work on our admin page, because all we simply have to do on our admin page is to show this data, this kind of data on our page. Okay, and I have created this code. See, I explained this code to you previously when we created the admin page, that how the data will be shown. No matter how many rows you have, no matter how many columns you have, as long as your data is available in this format, that you have an array, and inside the array you have object as rows. So object are your rows, and rows of your table, object are the rows of the table, and this entire array is the table. Okay, if your data is available in this format, then you can work on your data. Now what I want to do, I want to call the API, and I want to receive this data. Okay, so what we can do, I simply want to receive all the order data. For receiving all the order data, I want to make a function here. So what we can do, in our main.js we will create one more root. Okay, I will create one more root here. Let's say app dot get method. This time I will only call the get method, and in this get method, what we can do, inside this get method we can create a URL. So let's say / get orders. So by the name of get orders, I am creating a path. Okay, request comma response and arrow function, curly braces like this. Now inside this one I simply wants to receive the data. Okay, I simply wants to receive all the data which is available inside my MongoDB, this table. Okay, so that is what I want to do here. Okay, so what you can do, you can call your table. So o details here. Okay, dot you can call this find. A find function, this find function will give you all the data. Dot then, okay, dot then, and inside then I have this arrow function, I have my data variable. Now in this my data variable, all of your data will be available. So all I simply have to do is to call response dot send, okay, and into send I have to call this my data. So if I receive all the data, I will send all the data through the server. Then if that is wrong, I will do catch, and inside catch I will also make another arrow function for error, that if there is an error, then show the error in the console. So console dot log error. Okay, that is what simply I will try to do here. Okay, that is what you can do. This is how you can create a very simple get method here, which will get you all the data from your o details table. Okay, that is what you can do. Now I can save this one, and what you can do, you can stop your server, and you can run the server again. Okay, so I am executing the server again. So once again it is connected successfully. Now when the user will try to get to this URL, okay, I will send all of this data. That means in our admin page here, you can call the API for receiving all the data, on which you want to work on, and all the data that you will receive here, you will be able to show that data on the table. So what I will do at the place of this, I can call the fetch function to call the API. Okay, so fetch function, inside the fetch function you can pass your URL http colon double forward slash local host colon 8000, okay, and forward slash get order. See, that is my URL. That is the URL I have created, get orders. So on this particular URL, when the user will fetch, on this particular URL, okay, then what I will do, I will send all the data. I will send all the data here. So that is what we can do here, is that in this data I will set all the data. Okay, that is what I will do, that when I will run this URL, if everything will work properly, then this function will run. Then if I receive the data from this URL, if I will successfully receive the data from this URL, then what I will do, I will create a arrow function with res in it. So this res will have my all of my response here. Okay, so this arrow function. Now if this res has data as a form of JSON, okay, then this then will also run. Okay, when this then will also run, so again inside this then I will have another arrow function which will have my actual data, let's say as my data. Now inside this my data, I will this arrow, this will also be an arrow function, and what I will do, I will simply show my data on the console.log. So this my data will have my final data which I want to work on. Okay, and if in case if any error occur, then I will call this catch function. This catch function will also have an arrow function which will call an error. Okay, so if an error occur, I will simply show my error on the console.log page. Okay, that is basically what I am trying to do here. Okay, now if this will work properly, if this will run properly, then this my data will have exact data structure like this one. Okay, just like you have this data structure, the same data structure will be available in this my data variable. You can save your program, and you can go to your browser. Okay, and you can, what you can do, you can go to the shopkeeper. Okay, here you can give your login ID and password. So this is my login ID. I will copy this login ID. I will paste the ID here. Okay, and let's paste the password here. This is the password. So copy the password. Let's paste the password. Okay, click on this login button. So I will go to this login page. Now here, as soon as you will come here, you can go to this inspect page, and you can go to console page. See, inside my console I have this array data. So this array will have all of my data. See, just like I created my default data, in the same way it is available here. See, I have one array, and inside array I have one object which is my one row. Because if you remember, in your order details table, you only have a single order. Because I only place the single order here, that single order is available here. Okay, now you can simply show this order here. How? Because I have already created the code. I have already created the code that how can you show a this kind of data, how can you show this kind of data into a table. I already created this one. So this is also the same data, this is also the same kind of data available. Okay, so what you can do, at the place of calling console.log my data, what I can do, I can update this value to this set data here. Okay, so set data, set data, and here I will call my data. So I will set the my data to the set data variable, and the same is running here, and the same we are trying to work on. Okay, so what I will try to do, if I go back here, okay, and here I will try to save this program. Okay, I will try to save this program. Now this time what we will try to do, this time if I log in again, okay, if I log in again here with admin details, with this one, write the admin ID and write the password like this. And if you click on login button, see, see in the table, what kind of table I am showing. See, it is showing all of my data here. See, because the data structure is same. The data structure in which I am receiving the data is same as this one. Is same as this one. That array will be your entire table, and inside the table the object will be your rows. And according to these array and object, I created this data structure to show my data as a form of a table. The same thing this is trying to do here, and my data is shown here. Okay, so that is what you can do here. If someone will place another order, then I will be able to see another data here. So if I go to my home page, if I go to my home page, and from my user details table, if let's say there is a customer who is trying to submit an order here, so I will write the this ID, and I try to write this password. Okay, and go to login. Now from login, if a user places an order like this one, okay, so like this, if the user places an order, so this is the final order, this is the total amount 625. Click on place order. See, it will bring me to this page. Now if you go to MongoDB, and in the order details table, you will see one more order. See, I have another order. I have one more order in the table because I just ordered this pizza. Okay, so that is what you can do. Now, if we go to admin page again, if we go to our admin page again, okay, our home page again, and click on I am a shopkeeper. Okay, and from the shopkeeper, we again try to log in here. Then this time you will be able to see your two data. So once again, you can give this ID here like this, and you can give the password here like this. So customer will be able to place the order, and see like this, your admin will be able to see the order. Okay, see, these are the orders, these are the orders we are able to show in the form of a table. So this is your entire functionality. Okay, this is how you can create your entire functionality of the project. With this one, we have created all the features. We created login form both for our customers and admin, both for our customers and shopkeeper. Then we created the place order feature for our customer, and this view order feature for our admin. Okay, so these are the features that you can create for your customers and admin. Okay, and the admin can see the orders from there, and they can place this and they can make this order, they can make these pizzas, and they can send these pizzas to this particular address. Okay, so that is what you can do here. This is how you can create all the features for your website. Okay, so now let's continue. And since we have completed the functions of our project, okay, we have created all the functions that we want to create in our project, the admin features, the customer features, the place order features, right? We have created all the functionalities of our project. Okay, so this is our working project that we have created. Okay, you can run it on the development server npm run dev. Okay, so your React application is running on the local host. Okay, you can check in the browser. Okay, so your application is working properly. You can place the order, you can see the orders, shopkeeper can see the order, and the customer can place the order. Now what we have to do, we have to style this application. Okay, so that this application looks a little more better. That is all what is remaining in the project, that we have to style the application, because this is a very basic looking application here. Okay, very basic looking website, so we have to style this one. Okay, so we are going to use css to style this one to our application. Okay, so what we can do in the our Visual Studio Code, I will create one more file. Okay, I will create one more file to style my application. Okay, so for example, let's say in the component folder, you can create a new folder, let's say by the name of style. Okay, and inside the style folder we can create our new file. So I will create a css file, style.css. Okay, so style.css. Okay, so by the name of css, the style file I have created, and with the help of the style file I will try to style my application. Okay, so what we can do, you can close this main.js. Okay, and first of all we will work on login.jsx. Okay, this is the first page. This is the first page of our application. Okay, that is why I am going to style this one here. Okay, so what we can do here is that first of all you have to import your css file here, so that you can use the styling of that css file in your program. Okay, so what I can do here, I can write import. Okay, import, and you can write the path here which you want to import here. Okay, so I will write forward slash dot and dot and then forward slash, then I will select the style folder. Then from the style folder I will select this file here. So style.css. Okay, that is what I will try to do here. This is how I will load my css file here. Okay, and then with the help of the css file you can style your application. Okay, so first of all let's try to style something, and let's try to see whether it is properly working or not. So imagine I want to make a header here. Okay, please imagine I want to make a header here. So inside my empty tag I will try to make a div tag. Okay, see, div is very important whenever you want to style your application. This div is very important. Okay, so inside this div tag, let's say I'm writing a h1 tag like this, and inside the h1 tag I want to write the heading. Let's say Abhinav's pizza. Abhinav's pizza. Okay, that is what I am trying to write here. This will be the heading for my application. Okay, now you can give a class name to this div tag so that you can style with the help of that class. So let's say class, let's say header. Okay, so by the name of header class I have created this div tag so that I can style this Abhinav's pizza. Okay, now what we can do inside our style.css file, first of all you can save this one. And you can check in your browser. See, Abhinav's pizza is written here, but that is very normal looking. I want to style this one. So what I will do, I will go to my style.css file. Okay, and here we can create our class, the class that I want to style. Style here. Okay, I will write that information here. So what I will do, since my class name is header, since my class name since my class name is header, so I will write dot header. See, like this, dot is used whenever you want to style a class. Whenever you want to style a class you can use dot. Now inside this dot you can provide your different kind of styling, and you can work on it. Okay, so for example, let's say I want to set some kind of, let's say, background color. Maybe let's say any color you can do. Let's start with blue color. Okay, so that is what I can do. Let's save this one and let's go to our application. See, that means my css is properly working. This means my css is properly working in my react application. Okay, so this is only for this is only I am showing you for the example purpose that my css is properly working here, but we can style this one more properly. Okay, so what I can do in my background color, let's take the background color as black. Okay, so I will take background color as black. Okay, and then I will change the text color. So you can simply write color, and color I can take maybe, let's say, some kind of white, azure. Let's take this azure. This looks this one like this. Okay, let's save this one. And now if you go to your application, see, it is like this. It is like this. Abhinav's pizza is written like this. Okay, that is what you can do. Then let's say I want to align this one. Let's say I want to align this one. So what I can do, I can write, let's say, text align. Okay, and let's say I want to align this one to right side. So I will write right here. Save this one. Simply save this one and see, it is aligned to right hand side. See, it is aligned to right hand side. So these kind of things you can do here. This is how you can style this one like this one. Okay, if you want to increase and decrease the font size, then you can take the font size as well. You can take the font size as well. So after text align, I will take, let's say, font size. Okay, and font size, let's say, let's start with 5 pixels. Let's see what is 5 pixels. No, 5 pixels is very less. Let's try to take a larger number. Let's try to take let's say 8 pixels. Okay, let's start with 8 pixels. So this is 8 pixels. This is also small. Okay, so you can do these things. You can make your application more proper like this one. Okay, so let's do this one, not 8 pixels. Maybe let's say something like 15 pixels. Okay, so this is 15 pixels. Okay, so that is what you can do here. This is what is possible. Then you can send family as well, font family. Okay, you can set the font family as well. So font family. Okay, so font family, let's say cursive. So I will take cursive writing. So cursive will look more better here. So that is what you can do. See, this is more better. This is more better. These kind of things you can do here. This is how you can create some kind of header here. And if you want to write something in the header, you can write something in the header. Okay, these kind of things you can do here. Okay, if you want to integrate. Okay, so that is what you can do. Now we can work on other things as well. Okay, let's work on other things. So for example, let's say I have this form, right? I have this form and I want to style this form. I want to style this form. Okay, so what I can do, first of all, I can put my entire form into another div tag. Let's take another div tag. Okay, like this, and I will close the div tag here. I will close this div tag after this one here, like this. Okay, so that is how I will close the div tag. Okay, so everything is inside this div tag. Now inside this div tag, what we can do, inside this div tag, we can style this one. Okay, we can style all these things. We can style input tag, and we can style our these values here. Okay, those are the things what you can do. But you can specify some labels as well. If you want to give some kind of labels, then you can give some kind of labels here as well. So for example, let's say here what I will do inside this form, I will try to use a label. Okay, so let's say label. Okay, and here I will write for what it is HTML. So what for what ID I am trying to use this one. So let's say I want to use this for user ID. So this one, name, this name, you can write this name here. So name equals to user ID. This is the label for user ID. Okay, so here what I will do inside this one. Okay, you can write whatever you want to write here. So let's say I will write something like username, user user name. Okay, that is what you can do. Now if I can copy this one and I can paste this again, let's say for password. Okay, So username, password. That is what you can do here. That is also possible. Okay, if you try to save this one in your application, see, we have this username and these values here as well, password. Okay, now what I want to do, I have put this entire thing into a div tag, right? I put my entire form into a div tag. So what you can do, now you can style this div tag and you can work on these values. So first of all, let's give a class name to our div tag. So class name equals to maybe let's say by the name of container. So this will be my container. Inside my form is available, that is why this class name is container. Now we can style this container here. Okay, so what I will do in first of all, let's save this one, login.jsx. Then inside style.css you can take another class here. So let's say dot container. So by the name of dot container I have taken another class here. Now inside this one you can give some value. So for example, let's say something like I will write width. Okay, I will give some width to this one. So width, let's say 40%. So I will give width, let's say 40%. That is what I will do. So width is, let's say 40%. So the width of my entire container will be 40%. Okay, then I can give padding here. So if I want to give some padding here, let's say padding is, let's say 10 pixels from each side. So 10 pixels, that is what you can write. Okay, and then you can write margin. So margin I will put auto. Now if I do these three things, you can save this one. And if you go to a React application, see, it will come into center. See, my entire container has come into center because of the margin. I have put the margin as auto, width as 40%. So this is the this width is 40% of my entire, and the padding is 10 pixels. The padding is 10 pixels. So that is what you can do here. Now what we can do, we can style our individual elements. Okay, we can style our individual elements here. So what I will do, I want to style all of them. I want to style my input tag. I want to style my input tag, and I want to style my these passwords here, right? So what I will do, after this one, I will take my input tag like this. Okay, and square bracket, and let's say text equals to, oh sorry, type equals to, let's say text. So only text input, comma, input, and square bracket, type equals to password. So only text and only password. I am only styling these two. Okay, that is what you can do. And after this one, you can write curly braces. Now you can style this. Okay, now you can style these two together. So in my entire application, whenever we will have these input and boxes, they will be available in this format here. Then I will put, let's say, width as, let's say, 100%. Width, let's say 100%. So they will take the entire 100% of this 40%. See, my container width is 40%. So entire 100% of this 40% will be taken by my input boxes. Okay, that is what will happen. Then what you can do, then you can set display here. So display means what kind of elements will be. So let's say these are inline block. So I will select inline block, so they will be shown as a inline block here. That is what you can do. If you try to save this one, and if you go to your application, see, they will be appear like this. See, they will appear like this. So that is what you can do, this value and this value. That is what you can do. Then what you can do, you can style them even more. Okay, you can set some padding. If you want to set some padding between them, so I will set some padding here. So padding, let's say, so I will set padding 12 pixels and let's say 20 pixels. So 12 pixels and 20 pixels. These are the padding I am trying to set it. Okay, let me remove this code. Okay, so that is what you can do here. This is how you can set this padding as well. That is also possible. That is what you can do. After setting the padding, you can set some margin as well. So margin, let's say 8 pixels. I have taught you all these things. I have already taught you all these things when I taught you CSS. Okay, so the same thing we are trying to do here. That is what you can do. So margin, let's say 8 pixels and let's say 0 pixels. Okay, so that is what I will try to do here. If I try to save this one, see, they will be like this. So that is what you can do. Okay, so that is what you can do. That is how you can set some margin as well. That is also possible. Okay, then what you can do, you can set some box sizing as well. Box sizing. So box sizing, let's say border box. Okay, that is what I will set. Now if I save this one, so it will look a little bit like this. Okay, so these are the things that you can do here. See, this looks a little more better. This one looks a little more better here. That is what you can do here. This is also possible. Okay, this is also possible. That is something you can do here. Okay, that is also possible. Then what we can do, we can add some other things as well. Okay, so this is how you can style these boxes, input boxes. Okay, then we can let's take this one. Let's talk about this username and password here. Okay, let's write here 0 pixels, 0 px, and let's save this one. Yes, now it is aligned. See, I want this to properly align here. So that is why I have written 0 pixels here. Now these things are properly aligned here. Okay, if you want to make them bold, so make them bold as well. That is something you can do directly as well. If I want to make username bold, so B, and let's say username here. The same I can do for password as well. Okay, so this will look a little more better. This will look a little more better. That is what you can do as well. So username and password will be a little bold. Okay, so these are some things that you can do in your application as well. Okay, now what we can do, we can style the button as well. You can style this button as well. So what I will do, let's try to style this button. Okay, so what I will do here, I will write button. Okay, and curly braces, so I will directly style the button. So first of all, you can set the background color. So background color, so you can take any color, and I am going to take a red color. Okay, I am taking red color here, but you can take any kind of color here. Let's do one thing. Let's not take a direct bold. Let's take a little bit like a little darker. Let's try to take a little darker red here. Okay, that is what you can do as well. That is what I can do. Okay, then after taking the background color, you can take the color of your text. So the color of the text will be, let's say, this one, azure, the same one. Okay, that is what you can do. Then what you can do, you can save this one and you can check how it is looking. It looks like this, a little red. It looks like red here. Okay, but then I can do what I can do. I can increase its size a little bit, so it looks a little bigger button. So for that, you can add some padding here. You can add some padding. So the same padding I will try to add here as well as I did above. Just like I added some padding for this one, input box, the same padding. Okay, the same kind of in the same way you will add the padding here as well. So for the button, let's not take 12 pixels in the height. Let's take it as 14 pixels. Button will be a little larger. So height and width will be, let's say, 20 pixels. If you try to save this one, now your button will look, see, a little like this. That is what you can do. That is what you can do as well. You can set the button as well. Okay, then what we can do, we can add some other things as well. Let's say margin. So I will add some margin as well. So margin, let's say 8 pixels, and let's say 0 pixels. Okay, that is how I will add the margin. So this is how the margin will look like. Okay, so I have added the margin as well. Now after the margin, you can add some other things as well, such as let's say border. So I want to remove the border from my button, so I will write border none. Okay, that is what I will write. Save this one. Now your button will not have any border. See, your button does not have any border. I remove the border from here. Okay, then what I will do, if the cursor will come here, so I will make the cursor as pointer. Okay, so I will make the cursor as pointer if this will happen. So let's save this one as well. Okay, so see, like this. See, this is what I'm talking about. My, it is a arrow. my cursor is an arrow, but as soon as I take this one to this button, see it becomes to a hand. My cursor becomes a hand. So that is what see, these kind of events you can add as well. Okay, so cursor colon pointer. Okay, then what you can do, I will set the width as let's say 100%. So 100% of this entire 40% container. Okay, that is what I am trying to do here. Now if you save this one and see it looks a little bit like this. See, now it looks a little more better. So that is how you can style your application as well. Okay, that is what you can do. That is what you can do here as well. This is also possible. Okay, this is also possible. Then you can work on them. Then you can work on them. So this is possible here. Okay, so this is how you can add a very simple form here. Okay, now there are some other things that you can add as well. There are some other things you can add as well. For example, let's say some kind of button event. Let's say mouse hover. Okay, so what I will do, I will use the same button colon hover. So when I will hover over it, when my cursor will hover over it, then what I will do, I will increase the opacity. So opacity colon let's say 0.8. If you save this one, you will notice a little difference. See, this is the red color, but as soon as I may bring my cursor to this one, it will change a little bit. See, a little bit of color is changed. A little bit of the color of my button is changing a little bit color. See, that kind of event you can add here as well. Okay, so that is also possible. That is also possible. If you want to make it more believable, if you want to make it more believable, you can change the color from light color to black color. Okay, light color to dark color. Okay, those kind of things you can add here as well. So these are things what you can do here. That is how you can style your this front page here. Now in this front page you can add some more things as well, such as some kind of image. If you want to add some kind of image here, then that is something you can do as well. So I will load some images here and we will try to work on those images. Okay, so now I have some images which I am going to load into my project so I can use those images. Okay, you can download any images from the internet. See, I have these images. See, I have these images. These are the resources I will need to make my application look a little more better. Okay, these are nothing but some images. Let me show you here. These are nothing but some images. See, like this. See, some images are available. One image for our home page, one image for our order page, shopkeeper page. These are different images. Cheese pizza, mozzarella pizza, cheese and corn pizza. These are some images I have downloaded from the internet. You can download images from the internet as well. Okay, and you can use these images in your project. Okay, so what you simply have to do, whenever you have downloaded all of your images, simply select your images that you want to use. Okay, and what you can do, let's small this one, and I'm going to use this public folder. So you can paste all of these files into this public folder and you can use them directly. Okay, so what I will do, I will select all of these files. Okay, and I will drag them into this Visual Studio Code, into this public folder. See, inside my public folder I have saved all of my files. See, all of my files are available in my public folder. Okay, so I will now use all of these resources for developing my project. Okay, that is what I am going to do here. You can download some images from the internet as well and you can use these images directly as well. Okay, so that is what you can do here. So what I will do, in my login.jsx, I am going to make a kind of a profile picture kind of a thing. Okay, so what I will do, inside my div container, see, my large container, inside my large container I will make one more div. Okay, so I will make one more div here for my image. So div tag, and let's say class name equals to, let's say, img container. So this is not a normal container, it is a image container. Okay, that kind of div tag I am making. Let's take this like this, form like this. Okay, like this, and okay, like this. So this is my div tag. This is my div tag inside which I will try to show my image and I will try to work on my image here. Okay, so what you can do, I have give the class name as img container, and here I will use the img tag. Here I will use img tag. So img, okay, and src source equals to some image. See, if your image is available in the public folder, if your image is available in the public folder, you can simply write forward slash, okay, and you can write the image name. So here on my home page I want to show this chef image, okay, so that is the image I want to show here. So I will write chef dot jpg, okay, that is what I will try to do here, okay, and I will give it a name, let's say alt equals to avatar. So I will make it as an avatar, okay, so that I can style this one as well. And if you want to give this a name, so I'll give it a class name equals to avatar as well. So avatar, okay, so that is what you can do here. Now forward slash close. See, this will be my image I am trying to show here. If you try to show it directly, then it will look a little very bad. See, it has taken a lot of size in my page here, which looks a little bit bad here. But then what you can do, you can style this one. Now you can style this image container with the help of your style.css. So below the container, what I am going to do, I am going to take another class which is our image container, okay. So here what I will try to do, after container, here I will write dot img container, okay. So one image container I am taking, and curly braces, and inside the curly braces, first of all I will align this one, let's say text align, let's say center, and you can set the margin as well so that it will look a little smaller. So let's say margin, you can set the margin as well. So margin I will set according to left with top down, left right, okay, just like that. So 20 pixels, 0 0 pixels, okay, and 12 pixels and 0 pixels, okay, that is what I am setting here, okay. You can save this one. So that is how you have set the image container, okay. Now what you can do, you can set this particular avatar. So img dot avatar, so I will call my image, oh sorry, img dot avatar, avatar is the class name. So I will style this particular avatar here. I will set the width as, let's say, 30%, 30%, that is what I will do. And then I will set, let's say, border radius. So I want to show my image as a form of a circle. I want to show my image as a form of a circle. That is why I am taking this parameter. See, border radius. Border radius means I want to show this as a kind of a circle, which is 50% of my the width. Whatever width I have taken, 30%, the 50% of that width. Okay. That is how I am styling the image avatar here. Now, if I try to save this one, see, it looks a little more better. This looks a little more better. That is what you can do here as well. Okay, that is what you can do. Then you can style these links as well. If you want to style these links, then you can style these links as well. So what I will do, inside my css, after this hover, you can style your links as well. So a curly braces, and here I will try to write, I will make them as display block level elements. So display, let's say block, okay. And then what I will do, I will set, let's say, text decoration as none. That means removing underline. See, this command means I want to remove the underline from my text, okay. Then you can set some kind of color as well. So I will set the same color. I want to set the same color here, okay. So the same color I want to set here as well, okay. So that is what you can do. Now if I save this one, see, they look a little more better, okay. That is what you can do here. You can remove the br tag. Yeah, now I do not need the br tag because now they are block level elements, so I do not need the br tag. And see, it will look a little like this, okay. So that is what you can do. I do not have an account, I am a shopkeeper. So that is what you can do. That is how you can style your very simple, very first page here, your home page, okay. So that is what is possible here. This is how you can style your page here, okay. Now what we can do, we can style other things as well. So all you simply have to do is that you can copy this import, and you will be able to style this one on other pages as well. So for example, after login.jsx, let's go to this one, admin login.jsx. So also in admin login.jsx, I will paste this one. Let's save admin login.jsx and create account.jsx. So in create account.jsx as well, I will paste this one as well. Okay, save this one as well. So I will be able to style these places as well. Okay, with the help of same code, I will be able to style these places as well. That is what you can do here as well. That is also possible. Okay, then if I go to I do not have an account, see, they will bring you to this page here. I do not have an account. Okay, but since I do not have a image container or something like that, that is why this is not styled, but you can style this one. You can style this one in the same manner as well. Okay, so what I will try to do now, I will try to style this create account. So the same I will do for this one as well. The same I will do for this one as well. First of all, in this create account page, now let's close the login.jsx page. Our login page is completed. Close the login page. Now we can style our create account page. So here, first of all, we can write some kind of good heading here. Let's not like this is a create account page, and at the place of this you can write something good. Maybe let's say something like join us, join us, join us and enjoy our pizza. That kind of heading I want to show on my this home page here. Okay, so that is what I can do. Now I can put this h1 tag into div tag as well. So the same commands I will try to take that I have available in my login.jsx. Okay, so the same thing you can do here as well. If you want common styling, if you want consistency, if you want consistency in your styling, make sure to take the correct elements here. Okay, so I will take this div tag and I will write it in my create account here like this. Okay, and I will close the div tag here. And if you save this one, then in the create account page, see, even on our create, the same styling is applied on our create account page as well. Join us and enjoy your pizza, something like that. Okay, so that is what you can do here as well. Okay, then you can style this below with the help of image container. So what I will do, I can take this container tag. If you have some image to show, then you can show the image as well. So let's work on this one as well. Okay, so I will paste this one here. After the div tag, I will paste this one here. So this is my div tag and I will close the div tag here. After the go to home page, I will close the div tag here. Okay, that is what you can do here. Now if you try to save this one, so the same will be shown here. See, the same one, but I do not want the same image. I do not want the chef image. For our create account page, I have this create account.png. See, this image is available for our create account. So at the place of chef.jpg, you can write create account dot not dot png, create account dot png. Okay, that is what you can write here as well. Now if you try to save this one, so this will be saved here, and now if you go to your application, see, this kind of thing will be shown here. Now see, this is also styled here. Here you can also write these headings, these labels. You can write these labels here as well, these labels. Okay, so these things you can write here as well. So here I will write choose a username, okay, then I will write this one here for password. I want consistency in my styling. That is why I am doing like this, and choose a password. Here I will write your email ID. Please enter your email ID. So the user have to give their actual email ID, their Gmail or any kind of email ID. Then here they have to choose the password, and here I have to write the address. So here I will write enter address. Please enter address. Please enter delivery address. So the address at which they want the delivery, they can pass that address as well. Okay, so that is what you can do here, and you can save this one. Now if you go to this one again, see, this looks a little more better. See, now your application looks a little more better. So these kind of styling you can do in your application as well. Okay, so that is what is possible here as well. Okay, now from here you can click on this go to home page, so you can come to go to home page here. That is what you can do. Now from here, if you click on this one, I am a shopkeeper, so you will come to shopkeeper page. So now we have to style the shopkeeper page as well. Okay, so that is what you can do here. Okay, so now we can work on our shopkeeper page as well. So let's open this login.jsx. Now let's open this admin login.jsx. Okay, so in admin login.jsx, the same things you can do here. The same things you can do here. First of all, you can take one div tag for your header. Okay, and these image tag and these container here as well. Okay, so I will paste these lines here like this. Okay, that is what I will try to do here, like this here, and this one like this, and this one form tag like this one. Okay, that is what I will try to do. Then I want to show the S3 information. Then after this S3, I will close the div tag. Okay, that is what I will try to do here. Now if you try to save this one, so the same admin page will be shown here, but I do not want this admin. I want to change the heading and I want to change this icon. So on my admin page here, I will show here, let's say something like, here I will write, let's say, welcome shopkeeper. Okay, welcome shopkeeper. So these things what you can write here, and then at the place of chef.jpg you can show this shopkeeper.png. See, this is also available. So I will show this shopkeeper.png. So I will show this image here, png. Okay, now if you try to save this one, so this will look a little bit like this. So this is our shopkeeper page. Okay, this is our shopkeeper page. Now inside this one you can give labels as well. You have to give labels here as well. So once again from login.jsx I can copy this label, and here I will write something like shopkeeper id. Okay, that is what I will try to write. Then for the password I will paste this password link after this one. Okay, that is what you can do here as well, and you can save this one as well. So this will be shown here. See, shopkeeper id and password. So from here the shopkeeper can log in as well. Those are some things that you can do here as well. Now what we can do, we can do some other things here as well. So for example, you can add some link here. So if the user wants to go to the home page, so you can add a link here, something like this. After this form you can add a link here. So ahref equals to / this is a link to go to home page. So go to home page. So if the user wants to go to home page from here as well, then that is something we can do as well. So let's save this one and see, this is my link. Click on the link and you will come to our home page here. Okay, so these are some things that you can do here. That is what you can work on. Okay, so we have styled our home page, we have styled our create account page, and we are able to style our admin login page. These are the 3 pages we have styled up until now. Okay, so now let's move further, and now let's try to style our place order page. Okay, the place where we were ordering the pizza, we have to style that page as well. Okay, so for that page we need our server as well, our backend server. Okay, so what I am going to do, I am going to open the MongoDB in our computer. Okay, and we are going to take some database so that we can style our. Okay, that is what I am going to do here as well. So I will log in on my MongoDB with my Google account. Okay, you can log in as well, and then you can, now when you are successfully logged in, you can come to this database page. Okay, and on the database page all of your collections, all of your tables will be available. So go to this browse collection, and here your data will be available. So if I go to user details table where I have my login data, see here you will have your user ID, password, address. These informations are available. Okay, now what we can do, we can log in on our React application from this MongoDB with the help of our server. So now you have to start your server. Okay, so I have this folder, see, and here you can work on this main.js as well. Okay, so today we do not have to edit our main file. You simply have to run it so that we can use it as a server. Okay, so I'm going to open the terminal and I'm simply going to write node main.js. This will start my express server, my backend server. Okay, see, that is my server is now running. My server is now running in the backend of my computer. I can simply minimize this one and I can directly use it in my React application. So simply you can copy the ID. Okay, and I can paste the ID here. Okay, and I can paste this password here as well, like this. And if you click on login button, see, this is your login page. That is how you can come to this login page where your welcome information, your order will be delivered information, and order ID information, these are available here. Okay, so now what you can do, you can style your this page as well. You can style these pizzas, the pizza that they want to order, and you can style these headings as well. So what I can do, inside my Visual Studio Code, I can open this home.jsx. Now inside this home.jsx, we can work and we can style these headings, we can style these pizzas here. Okay, so that is what you can do here. So just like I have created the container for our this page, for our heading page, right? So the same I will do for this one as well. Okay, so I can copy this div tag. Okay, and I can write the div tag for this one. So this will be the div tag here. Okay, so that is how you can show the welcome user page. So see here, you if you try to okay, you have to try log in every time, right? You have to log in every time. So let's do one thing. Let's do one thing, since I have to log in every time. So let me comment this one here. Let me comment this one as well. Let me comment this one as well, this one as well, and this one as well. Okay, so that I do not have to log in every time. Okay, see, it will simply show like this here. Now if you write your ID and password correctly, if you give your ID and a password correctly, this time I will save these passwords so I do not have to paste them every time. Like this, click on login button. So this time let's save the password, ID and password, so that I can use it later on as well. Okay, see, that is how you can work on it and you can show this information here. Okay, see, it is showing me like this, welcome Abhinav, this information here. Okay, that is what you can do. Okay, if you think this information is little large, then you can small the headings here. So I will make the heading small. Let's say as the place of h1 tag, let's take h3 tag. Okay, let's save this one and see, it will be shown a little bit smaller here. Okay, but now the same you can do for these ones as well. The same you can do for these headings as well, these headings. Okay, and what you can do, you can directly pass this div tag here. Instead of closing the div tag here, if I close the div tag here, let's say here, so everything will be inside the div tag. Okay, everything will be inside the div tag like this. Okay, so that is what you can do here as well. If you want to show some information, you can show the information here as well. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's use this order ID in the same place here. Let me do like this. Okay, so now it will be more better. Let me remove this one and let me do like this. Okay, now if I try to save this one, yes, so here I will show welcome and here I will try to show the order ID and these values. Okay, so that is something you can do here as well. Okay, and you can show these informations. That is what you can do. Okay, then let's do this thing. Let's make this one as s3 tag as well. Okay, let's save this one and now it is like this. Now it is more better. That is something you can do here as well. You can show the address and you can show the order ID to our customer. Now we can style the pizzas. Okay, so what I want to do here, I want to show these pizza as a kind of a card. Okay, I want to show these pizzas as a kind of a card here. That is what I wanted to do here. Okay, so for example, For example, let's say I have this first pizza, so its information, second pizza, third pizza, fourth pizza. So what I will try to do, I will style these input tags as a kind of a card. See, as a kind of a card. In the card, the information will be available, price will be available, pizza information will be available, all those things will be available here. Okay, so what I will do inside this form tag, I will try to work on the cards here. I will try to make some card, and with the help of card, I will try to style this one. Okay. So first of all, what I will do, this is my form tag. Okay. And inside this form tag, what I will do, I will take a, let's say, div tag. Okay. Div tag as a class name. Let's say menu. So this will be my entire menu. Okay, this will be my entire menu here. Let's not close it here. Okay, and let's close it here. So inside my form tag, I will close my div tag here like this. Now inside this menu, I will have my card. So I will have one more div tag. I will have one more div tag with the class name as, let's say, card. So this will be for my card here. Okay, so that is what I will try to do here. This will be my card. Okay, so this card, where this card will close, this card will close here. Okay, here like this card will close here. So this is my first card. This is the first card I want to show here. Okay, this is the first card I want to show here, in which I want to show this input tag. Okay, and beside the input tag, I want to show some more information. Maybe let's say I want to show some kind of image here. Okay, I want to show some kind of image here. So here what I will do, div tag, and here I will write img src, and I will try to show one image here. Let's say this image, cheese and corn.jpg. So this is the image I will try to write here. Okay, so cheese and corn.jpeg. Okay, that is what I will try to do. Then alt equals to, let's say, avatar, the same icon I am trying to take here. So avatar, and class name equals to icon. This time I will not take as an avatar as class name, but instead I will take icon as the class name. Okay, so this is the image I want to show here. Now inside the image, I will make one more tag for my this input box. So I will make one more tag. So div tag class equals to, and let's say, container card. Container, let's say, name this one as, let's say, container card. So this will be my another div tag, which I will close here. Which I will close here. Okay, so that is what I will try to do. Like this. So that is what I will try to do. So this will be my entire card. Okay, this will be my entire card, inside which I have this image and I have this div tag information. So now you can style these card so that this will look a little more better. If you try to save this one and if you go to your application, see, it will look like this. It is very bad. It is looking very bad. It does not look anything same. But what we can do, we can style this one so that we can make it a little more better. So what I will try to do here is that now first of all I will try to align my menu. See, please try to see very carefully. I have this entire menu div tag, inside which I will have a lot of cards. I will have a lot of cards inside the this menu tag. So first of all, what I can do, I can style this menu tag. So inside my style.css, let's add first class here menu, by which I simply want to align them to center. I simply want to align them to center. So menu text align and colon center. That is simply what I want to do here. So everything will be shown in the center. Okay, that is what I will do. Now this will not make a lot of difference. It will simply show it like this. That is what it will happen. Okay, but now we can style our other div tags as well. So for after menu, I will style the card tag. So I have my card. Now in the card, I will make it as a card. Okay, I will try to make it as a card here. So what we can do, you can give some information here, okay, regarding the card, regarding its radius and its information and all those things. Okay, so what I will try to do, first of all I will make it as a display, and display it, let's say inline block. Inline block, that will be the display of the card. And then you can add other properties as well. Okay, there are some other properties we can add here as well. So for example, let's say border radius. I can set the border radius, let's say 5 pixels. Okay, so I will set the border radius as 5 pixels. Okay, then what I will do, then I will set width here. Okay, width, let's say fit content. So I will set the fit contents at the width here. Okay, I have set the display, and I can set some other information as well. Let's say padding. So padding, let's say 10 pixels. Okay, so border radius will be 5 pixels and padding will be 10 pixels. If I save this one, so it will be shown something like this here. Okay, now you can add some other properties as well. Okay, such as here we can add some box shadow, so it will look a little bit like a box. So box shadow, so I can add some box shadow as well. Let's say 0 4 pixels. Okay, 8 pixels, and let's say 0. Okay, and you can set some color as well. So RGBA. Okay, and let's say 0 comma 0 comma 0 comma 2. That means a little bit of shadow. A little bit of shadow will be shown with the help of this command. So if you go here, see, a little bit like this, a little bit like this kind of a shadow will be shown on my card here. See, this is my card. That is how you are able to create this card here. Okay, now what we can do, now we can work on the image, because image is very large. So now let's work on the image. So for the image, I will add a image tag. Okay, and img dot icon. So icon is the class id, so img dot icon, and here I will add width, let's say 300 pixels, and height is also, sorry, semicolon, height is also 300 pixels. So these will be the height where I will write here, and I will write object fit. Object fit equals to cover. Okay, so these are the styling I am doing to my card here. See, it will look like this. See, that is what you can do. This is how you can create your single card here. So this is how your card look like, a little more better here. Okay, now the same things you can do. Now you can add some kind of animation here as well. Okay, so for example, inside card you can add one more property. Let's say transition. So transition, let's say colon 0.3 seconds. Okay, so you can add this transition as well. That is also what is possible here. Okay, now you can add a card hover. Now you can add a card hover, that when the icon will come to this card hover, then what I will do, card hover. Okay, then what I will do, I will increase the box shadow. I will increase the box shadow. So card hover, let's say box shadow 0, let's say 8 pixels, and let's say 15 pixels. That means I'm increasing the shadow a little bit, and 0 again, and then RGBA and 0 comma 0 comma 0 comma this alpha channel to, let's say 0.8. Let's save this one. See, now it looks a little more better. See, if I bring my cursor to this one, a little dark shadow come before the chart. Okay, that is what you can do here as well. Okay, now you can show some more information as well. There are some more information you can show for your card. For example, you can show here price. Okay, and you can show some other information as well. So what I will try to do, I will take a, let's say H4 tag. Okay, and let's say B tag, and here I will write cheese and corn. So this is my cheese and corn pizza. That is why I'm writing cheese and corn. And then I will write the price as well. So let's add the price. Price. So what is the price I have taken for my cheese and corn pizza? This one, this product, this 110, right? So I will write here price 110. Okay, that is what I will try to do here. That is how you can show the price as well. Okay, so rupees 110. Okay, that is what you can do if you try to save this one. See, this is my card. That is how you can create a card in which all of this information is shown here. Okay, now what you can do the same for these other cards as well. Okay, so the same we can do for other cards as well. So what I will try to do, I will copy this div tag. Okay, I will copy this div tag and I will paste the div tag 4 times. So second time, third time, and fourth time. Okay, 4 times I will paste this div tag. Then I will replace these ones with these ones. Okay, so add so this is my cheese and corn. Now here at the second one I will make it as capsicum. Okay, I will make this one as capsicum. Okay, and here I will write capsicum pizza. Okay, and the price is 90 rupees. For capsicum, the price is 90. Okay, that is what I will do. Then here you can show your JPG image for capsicum. That is something you can do. So this one, see this image. This is the image I want to show here. So capsicum dot jpg. Okay, that is what you can do here as well, and the same you can do for these ones as well. So this will be my margarita pizza. So after capsicum I can remove this capsicum from here. Okay, and this is my margarita pizza. So this third one is margarita, this one. Okay, this one is margarita pizza. So here I will write margarita. Okay, then at the place of price I can write the price here. So the price of this one will be I think 130 rupees. Okay, that is what I have taken. And for margarita, yes, 130, and onion 105. So for onion the price is 105. Okay, so this is onion pizza, and here I will write this onion information here. Okay, that is what you can do here. Now you can remove these input boxes. Okay, like this, and then what I can do, I can change the images as well. I can change the images as well. So here I can write at the place of cheese and corn, here I will write margarita. So margarita, this one. Okay, and here I will write. Okay, so now I have loaded this onion.jpg as well. So this is the image I will try to use for my onion pizza. So here I can write onion.jpg. Okay, and margarita is also jpg, not jpeg. Okay, so let's do this one as well. Now if you try to save this one, okay, and if you go to your application, see, like this. See, it is shown like this. So this is how you can make this card as well. And when you will bring your cursor to any card, this will show like this. Okay, now from here you can place your order. So cheese and corn, let's say I want 2 cheese and corn. Okay, let's say 1 capsicum pizza, and 3 margarita pizza. But I do not want this onion pizza. I do not want onion pizza. So I can simply click on this add pizza button. So I will be able to place the order. Now this add pizza button looks a little more larger. So what we can do, for our add pizza button, I can add a div tag, the same container tag. Okay, so that is what I can do simply for my button. Okay, so div tag and class name equals to this container, the same container. The same container I will add for this one, so that I can do the same styling on this button. The button styling will be same. The button styling will be same. That is what I will try to do here, and I will close the div tag here. Okay, that is what I will try to do. Let's save this one. So this will be like this. See, like this. So it will change a little bit. Now your add pizza button will be like this. Now you can add the pizza. Okay, the same you can do again and again to add your more pizzas as well. If you want to add more pizzas, then you can do the same thing again as well. You can add some more things here as well. Okay, so that is also possible. Now after selecting your order, click on add pizza and see, you will come to this page. Okay, now you will be able to work on this place order page, and you will be able to show this one here as well. Okay, so now let's try to style this page. Okay, now let's try to style this page, that how we can work on this page, because on your this page, that is all the styling you need. That is all the styling you need. You can add more of these cards here, and in these cards you can show your data and you can work on that. Okay, so that is what is possible here. That is how you can style this page, and now you can style this page here as well. So now let's try to style the place order page. Okay, so let's remove this home.jsx, and now let's open mycart.jsx. Okay, so now we can style this mycart.jsx as well. And in the mycart.jsx, you will be able to see that we have this table, right? So we want to show this table. Now we want to show this table, and we want to style this table very properly, just like we styled other things. So what I will try to do, I will put this one as a header as well. I will take one header here. Okay, so the same header I have available here, I will try to add header here. So let's copy this div tag. Okay, and let's add this one into my cart. Okay, and let's add import css as well. You should import css as well, and let's import css in the starting of my program. Let's save our program, and this Abhinav pizza, at the place of Abhinav pizza, you can write my cart. So my cart. Okay, that is what we can do. Let's save this program, and see, my cart will be shown here. Now here you can style your this table as well. You can style your table as well. So what I will try to do, I will use the same container for this table. Okay, so here after this div tag, I will take one more div tag here. Let's say like this. Okay, and this will be actually the same div tag which I have available in login.jsx. So what I will do, I will copy this entire code from here to here. This div tag I will copy, and I will paste this one here. Okay, and I will close the div tag here after the place button. After the place order button, I will close my div tag. If you save this one, so it will look a little bit like this. You refresh it will look a little bit like this. Now at the place of this chef, you can show the my cart image. So what I can show, at the place of this chef.jpg, I can show this my cart, this one, just one second, I will show this image here, image from here. So you can show any image here. So I will show this order.png. Yes, this is the image I will try to show on my cart page. Okay, so order.png. Okay, that is what you can do as well. Let's save this one as well, and see, it will look a little bit like this. Okay, see, like this. That is what you can do. You can show the pizza place here. Okay, you can style your website just like how you want to style it. Okay, exactly the same way you want to style it, you can style it here as well, and you can work on it. If you want to style your table, if you want to style the table here that you are working on, so you can set the table width and table padding, those things. If you want to set here, that is something you can do as well. So for example, let's say if I set the table, okay, and for the table I can set the width, let's say width, let's say 100%. Okay, and let's say padding, let's say 10 pixels. Okay, save this one as well, and see, it will look a little bit like this. So now it looks a little more better, and it will show your order here, and you can click on place order button so that you can place your order. Okay, and that is what you can do. And see, this is how you can create your home page, and that is how you can get my card page. Okay, one more thing. There is one more thing that you can add here as well for this container card. See, we have inside our login dot inside our home.jsx, inside our home.jsx we have this container card. Okay, so you can make your container card look a little more better. What you can do inside style.gss, after this one, what I can do, I can take dot container dash card, which means our this tag, this one, container card. Okay, now for this container card where my data is available, what I can do, I can set some padding. Okay, so let's some padding here. So padding, let's say 2 pixels and 16 pixels. Okay, and let's say text align as center, text align center. Okay, so that is what I will do as well. Let's save this one, so it will be in the center. See, now they are in the center like this. Now it looks a little more better. So these are the things that you can do here as well. Okay, so that is how you can style this page as well. And then you can go to the home page. Okay, and from the home page you can go to the shopkeeper page, and here you will be able to see your orders. Here you will be able to see your order. So let's style this admin page as well. Okay, so I can pass the shopkeeper id here, and I can pass the shopkeeper password. Okay, click on login button. So now it is showing my data like this. It is showing my data like this, and you can work on this as well. Okay, and there are some, okay, there is one thing that you can do. Now we do not need this comment box, so you can remove this comment from here as well, from our home.jsx. We do not need this comment here, so you can come back this comment here so that it will work properly. Okay, I added this if user for styling my page, but now I need it, so I have came back it. Okay, now you can add these things here inside your admin.jsx. Okay, now you can style the admin.jsx page, and you can work on that as well. So admin.jsx, this is my admin.jsx. Now here what we can do, we can add some heading here as well. Okay, so once again, what I will try to do, let's save this one. Okay, and from login.jsx, once again let's take this header. Okay, let's paste the header here. Okay, let's close the header here. Okay, so this will show welcome shopkeeper, this will show welcome shopkeeper. And once again, this time let me work on these values. Let me comment this one, so that I can work on this particular page. Okay, that is what you can do here. Import the css file here as well, import this css file here as well, like this. Okay, and then what you can do, you can style the heading, and you can add this heading, save your program, and it will look a little bit okay, it will look like this. Okay, so that is what you can do as well. Here you can show the user their information. Okay, so these are the things that you can do here, and you can work on these values. Okay, so that is what you can do here. You can show this information as well. Okay, so that is what I am trying to do here. Here we are creating a page for admin, where admin can see that which one has order, so they will be able to see their order information as well. Okay, so that is what you can do. You can style your these pages here according to your own requirements. Okay, I have done these basic styling, here, but you can style these things according to your own requirements here. Okay, and you can place the order. Okay, you can place the order, and let's say one pizza, one capsicum, and two capsicum, let's say three margarita and zero onion, add pizza. This is your final order. Click on place order button. See, your order id will be available here. You have your order id, and this is the address where your order will be placed here. So that is what you can do. If you want to add some logout button, you can add some logout button here as well. Those things you can do. Okay, and what we can do now, from the shopkeeper page we can check our new data as well. Okay, so if the shopkeeper will write their id and password, we will be able to see our latest order as well. The latest order which I just added, you will be able to see that order as well. Okay, so I can copy this one and I can paste this one here as well. Okay, now click on login button. See, now you have this third row as well. Now you have this third row, this new order. Okay, so this is what you can do here as well. These are all the informations you can show here and you can work on them. Okay, now what you can do, you can show date as well. You can show date, you can show order date. Okay, all those informations you can show, and you can add phone number as well if you want to add phone number. So these are your different kind of things you can add in your application, and that is how you can make this food delivery project.